Patient waited and the kicking down the doors. I've cursed his name in anger with my fist raised to the sky, and in return all he's ever been is kind. Sometimes marriages don't work. Sometimes babies die. Sometimes rehab turns to relapse, and you're left just asking why. And for all the prayers I prayed, I still wonder if he's real. And if he is, how is he choosing? Though he doesn't heal. I tried to run from Jesus, but started holy wars. Tried the patient waiting and the kicking down the doors. I've cursed his name in anger with my fist raised to the sky, and in return all he's ever been is kind. Sometimes marriages don't work. Sometimes babies die. Sometimes rehab turns to relapse, and you're left just asking why. And for all the prayers I prayed, I still wonder if he's real. And if he is, how is he choosing? Though he doesn't heal. I tried to run from Jesus, I started holy wars. Tried the patient waiting and the kicking down the doors. I've cursed his name in anger with my fist raised to the sky, and in return all he's ever been is kind. Sometimes marriages don't work. Sometimes babies die. Sometimes rehab turns to relapse, and you're left just asking why. And for all the prayers I prayed, I still wonder if he's real. And if he is, how is he choosing? Though he doesn't heal. I tried to run from Jesus, I started holy wars. Tried the patient waiting and the kicking down the doors. I've cursed his name in anger with my fist raised to the sky, and in return all he's ever been is kind. Sometimes marriages don't work. Sometimes babies die. Sometimes rehab turns to relapse, and you're left just asking why. And for all the prayers I prayed, I still wonder if he's real. And if he is, how is he choosing? Though he doesn't heal. I tried to run from Jesus, I started holy wars. Tried the patient waiting and the kicking down the doors. I've cursed his name in anger with my fist raised to the sky, and in return all he's ever been is kind. Sometimes marriages don't work. Sometimes babies die. Sometimes rehab turns to relapse, and you're left just asking why. And for all the prayers I prayed, I still wonder if he's real. And if he is, how is he choosing? Though he doesn't heal. I try to run from Jesus, I started holy wars. Tried the patient waiting and the kicking down the doors. I've cursed his name in anger with my fist raised to the sky. And in return, all he's ever been is kind.
Hey guys, I'm so sorry I'm late. Let me get over to the comments. I'm so sorry. Hey Zigzag, if you're still here. Hey Hillbilly and Lady 7 Up. I don't know if you're still here or not, but you can hear I'm out of breath because my husband was putting the pool up, and so I'd forgot about that. I was in the middle of doing something else, and I'd forgotten about that, and my mind is just like woohoo these days. Yay, you're here. Yeah, I figured I'd share that and let y'all know I was at least coming up, and you can at least enjoy some nice calming music. We need some calmness on the YouTube streets and some kindness. I figured that was the perfect song. So I'm glad y'all enjoyed that. And we are going to talk about the Jonbenet case a little bit today. But first, I wanted to say that I love everybody. And I mean everybody. You know, I might not like things some people do. And I might not want to align myself with certain people because of their actions sometimes. But that doesn't mean that I don't love that person and that I don't pray for that person. And I want to make myself clear on that because, yeah, I'll do the little jokes. I have one planned for today so that we can laugh a little bit before we get into this heavy stuff. And this is really just in good humor. And it's kind of funny. My husband is the one that came up with the idea, actually. And he said, you got to do this. You got to do this. So, hey, Michelle Davis, my beautiful southern neighbor. Hey, Tammy. How are you doing? I'm so sorry that I made y'all wait. And then my cats. Well, we have a female and a male cat. And we think the female is with some kittens right now. And because the male cat, we didn't think his berries were, quite ready yet. But obviously, I think they might have been. He's younger. And anyway, so he still doesn't understand the fact she's pregnant. And he still, tries to grab her by the neck and stuff sometimes. So at night, we're having to put him in their little, pet crate that I have. And I let her stay in here. And so I had to go let him out because my husband forgot before he left for work. Hey, Laurie P., how are you doing? Love you. I love all you guys. And yeah, so I figured that would be a good song because it is so true. We need to be kind. And even though I'm fixing to play something funny, it really is just in good humor. And I don't have a problem with Justin doing things in good humor, parody, things like that. I can enjoy good humor, but like when Christine literally reached out and asked him personally, please don't do that. It bothers me. Just out of kindness, we really shouldn't do that. And like, honestly, if Nellie reached out to me and said, hey, half pint, I need you to stop, making jokes about that. It hurts my feelings. You know, if she really meant that and came to me in sincerity, I would not do that anymore. But, I figure, well, she does this every day. So this is like humor and banter to her too, so I don't feel like it is being mean, if you're just saying, okay, well, if you're going to do this, then I'm going to join in and I'm going to make jokes about it too and but mean nothing harmful by it. Like, I mean nothing harm, like, I mean no ill will toward anybody. And I truly mean that. I think that Justin is pretty. I think that he has nice features, good bone structure. I've done makeup and hair professionally for 30 years. I would love to be able to do his makeup. I really would. Just because, it's kind of like a artistic thing. You can't help it. Haley, let me say this right. Lachey, is that right? 35? Did I say it right? And my tooth broke off. Oh my gosh. The other day I was eating something and it's like the wrong one and it makes me sound like I have a lisp, but I don't. I'm going to get it fixed, hopefully. Well, his parody of Christine was an epic fail. LOL, I think long hair annoys him. Yeah, he was getting aggravated. And the truth is, that night, I was in the den. We were fixing to eat supper, and I was watching the big TV, but I had the YouTube on. I had YouTube on, and I just, cut. You know how you can cut it on to see what live is on. So, and I am subscribed to his channel, but I've used to watch him, here and there. Didn't really have a problem with him. Thought he was kind of funny, but I don't like whenever he comes after people I care about, and when they ask him not to do it, especially, that is what really bothers me. Like, if Christine laughed and didn't care and thought it was funny, then okay, but it hurts my heart when I know somebody, it hurts their feelings. I don't like that. So anyway, I'm just gonna stand up and say it. So yeah, and it's not even so much just, it really isn't. It's his chat, like you said, Lori. I've been in there and watched, and like, not like, even, I mean, I've been like not participating in mean, but I'll take up for people and I'll say stuff, in there. If I see people that are supposedly they'll come in and say daisies or they've been in here or whatever, and then I see them and they're saying mean things about people that like I know and care about, then I'm going to be like, what's up? Why are you coming in here and saying this? Like, I'll call you out on it. Like, I had to call a couple of people out the last time, and it's true. And I'm like, don't be calling me out, and certainly don't be talking about like me grieving and trying to use that as an excuse for anything. I don't need an excuse to grieve. I'm grieving just because that's what happens when you lose a child, and especially when you put 31 years in them. Listen, it doesn't matter if you lose them in the womb, because I've certainly lost 2 in the womb, and I know that hurts like hell. And there's grief that comes with that, but there's also grief that comes when you've established a relationship with a child and you've poured out your heart, soul, and so many prayers and tears into that child, and your knees are worn out over that child, and so much of your time, is consumed, especially as they get older. It's easy when they're little, but as they get older and they start making their own decisions and you can't do anything about it, then all we can do is get on our knees and pray, God, please, help them find their way. And he is faithful, and he did that. And my son was saved. So I'm thankful for that. But at the same time, it still hurts that he's not here. And I'm not going to apologize to anybody about that. Beautiful Sunflower and that Candy Girl 69, they were the main ones coming after me that day in the chat. And I'm just going to say, one of them, shame on you, because you said that you lost a son already. So I can't imagine that you would come after another mother that's grieving. But I don't know if Beautiful Sunflower has ever had a child or not. I don't know. But I pray to God you never have to experience this, okay? Because believe me, your beautiful sunflower will wilt whenever your sunshine is taken away, okay? So I'm just going to tell you, I pray you never have to go through that. I pray nobody ever has to go through that. Nobody. Yes, they do. They need to keep Jinkies out of the middle of all this stuff because she's going through enough right now. And I'm not going to talk about, I don't really know anything anyway. I just know that she is going through a divorce and she does have a teenager. That's enough right there. And she runs her own business and she has to get up early in the morning and go to work. Okay. And I'm just going to say that she has enough on her. She don't need nobody coming after her, calling her out, saying things about her, like seriously, and trying to pull her in different directions. She's going in enough different directions and she's going through enough hell of her own. So I just wish people would just put themselves in other people's positions. Really, I'm serious. Like if you see somebody else going through something and they're going through a hard time, give them a break, because just what you do know, you can say, God, that is bad. I wouldn't want to be going through that. And then have all these other people attacking me. But on top of that, think of the other stuff. Usually it's just the tip of the iceberg that we see. Because I know I'm sure Jinkies is probably like me in a lot of ways. Whenever, anything that I let people see, trust me, it's the tip of the iceberg. And the rest of the time, it's way worse. It is. Let me read some of these. I wanted to like him, and I did, but he's mean, and he knows it. I know, like, I do like him, and in some ways I like him. I do. I can't help it. I like him. But then in other ways, when I see this spitefulness, and that's what I call it, spite, because that's what it feels like. That I don't like. Like, I'm okay with, like, because I will joke around. Y'all seen me do jokes about Prayer Garden and, imitate her voice. I've got it down pretty good. I do. And I'm so tempted to do it right now. But anyway, and truly, but if she came to me and said, that hurts my feelings, will you not do that? You know what I would say to her? And this is the honest truth. I would say, absolutely. I would never do that again, knowing that would hurt your feelings. But can I ask you also to stop picking on, Miss Daisy and Jinkies and, these other parents, these other people. And, I know some of the people that don't even have channels necessarily that she's gone after that did not deserve it. And y'all know who you are. And everybody probably has been blocked in there if you said anything that's positive, or not even positive, just saying, hey, let's think of something else besides all of this. And if this is Summer's channel, let's keep it about Summer and talk about possibilities. Because look, if you've already made up your mind that Mama and Daddy did it, or that Mama did it, or whatever her beliefs are, why do you have to get online every single day other than to run the TBI information and put Summer's picture up there? That would be Summer's channel. Summer's channel is not getting up there and being hateful and mean and calling out other creators, making mean memes about them, getting other people to get up there and get a mob mentality to hate the parents of a missing child. Now listen, everybody automatically is going to look at the parents first. That's just the way it goes. Okay. Just like Jonbenet Ramsey. All right. I'm going to tell you right now, I think John Ramsey has something to do with Jonbenet Ramsey's disappearance. I will call it out. I do. I've researched this since 2000. Since 1996 or 97. I was like 17 when I started looking into this. Not 17, 27. But seriously, like, I've looked at every possible angle, and I do mean every angle. I have looked at the neighbor across the street, well, diagonal from them. Y'all know who I'm talking about, where the man was living in the basement. And I don't have my notes in front of me right now because I was out of breath and before I could grab them. But I've looked at him. I've looked at Santa Claus. I've looked at Fleet White. I've looked at the Morehouse, I think. Was that their name? It's something like that. They own a furniture company, I think. I love Jinkies and Daisy both too. I do. And I'm not going to pick sides. I refuse to do it. I'm not going to. And I said it last night on Daisy's Live. I'm not getting in the middle of a family, fight or altercation because I love them both. And that's sisters. Me and my brother fight and argue and things like that. And we have in the past. And, listen, I can say what I want to about my brother, but if somebody else says something, I might get mad. That's how it is. And people need to learn their boundaries. You know what I'm saying? If you're good friends with them and you want to offer them both good advice about, just love each other. Let's just look over this and just love each other and just get out, don't let all this stuff get to y'all. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But like when you try to like separate them or cause problems, hi horsewoman. What I'm saying, don't try to separate them further because you don't want family to be arguing and fighting. I love them both, and I certainly don't want them having to argue and fight, especially over this nonsense on YouTube. It's certainly not worth it at all. And I wish they would too, Tammy. But sometimes, life, if you do spend time on YouTube, it does bleed over sometimes, unfortunately. And they both have channels, so that's hard. And a lot of the same, followers and friends. Mind Matters channel. I've watched a lot of Mind Matters. His voice is funny. But yes, definitely. Because he is like me. I have looked, and it's so funny because I just found him like in the last couple of weeks. But I get on there and I have looked at every possible, and I do mean possible. And even this new guy that just popped up, I still think he might have something to do with it. Because I think it was a group of people. I don't think it was just one person. I don't think it was an intruder. I don't think, I'm sorry, I just don't. I really, truly believe that Mr. Ramsey is involved in some deep, dark things, okay? And there was some things that happened that night. She was not meant to expire, but she did because of some of the things she went through. And this is a very dark case. And there are so many people, so many men involved in this case. And that's why all of them are hush hush and everything is being covered, if you notice. And you'll see that car guy was a red herring. He was proved to be at home. And I agree, Laurie P. If you hurt one sister, you are hurting both of them, no matter what. So just stay neutral and let them work it out and love them both. That's just how it is. That's right, Zigzag. That's how they roll. Listen, they are sisters. They've been doing this their whole life. They can do it and worry about it. We can just love both of them and be there for both of them and encourage them both. And that's the way it ought to be. We don't need to cause dissension, that's for sure, in between family. But another thing is, I think, okay, you know how everybody is so quick to want to throw Don and Candace under the bus. And I'm not saying either way, because I don't know. Only God knows. And whoever did it, But I'm going to tell you this. I do find it odd. I don't think that they are masterminds that can pull off something like that. They don't have the same connections that the Ramseys have. They didn't have the same money that the Ramseys had to do to fight off everything, and to also have everybody on their side. Even if you go back to the Dr. Phil episode, because I already did this on my second one about John Ramsey, and guess what happened? They wouldn't let me put it out. I made it a video for them and put it through the thing so that they could run to see if there's anything wrong with it. Well, they took it down. They did. I put it out, but they took it down. And so I got a thing for that. And literally all I did was take clips from it, just like I did about the one with Burke, but they took the one with John down. And I have to be, curious about that. His niece also, Jonbenet's aunt, which I put her name down in the comment section. I have to go back and look it up again. Like I said, I don't have my notes in front of me. I got to grab them. But oh gosh, what is her name? Well, we'll go in a minute. I'm not prepared for this today as much, so this will just be an introduction, I guess, into what we're getting into. But anyway, his niece has come forward and said that her uncle Johnny Ramsey had done some things to her that had to do with SA and SRA, which is, I hope y'all know what that means. If not, if one of y'all that knows what it means, can you type it down? Or I can type it right there. I'll just type it, because if I say it, they might, So interesting enough, their older child, which is Jonbenet's half sister, 4 years previous, had a head-on collision, and it was it was really mysterious because there was no ice on the road or whatever where they did have the collision. They said there wasn't a reason that should have happened. But here's the really weird thing. The older sister, because John Ramsey was married to another woman that they had 3 children. Hi, Polly. I'm just gonna call you Polly, Pam. If that's okay. Because I can't say that, especially that my tooth is out. I'm having a hard time. Yeah, Tammy, I agree. There was some issues there with Kirby, and I don't know her, so I don't want to say a lot about her because I don't know her. But I will say, when it comes to my Auntie Sherry, I love her very much. And, I understand she's from a different country, and maybe they do things different over there. I don't know. But still, nonetheless, you don't talk and just go after somebody like that, especially, Auntie Sherry's up there crying almost. You can tell on her face she was so hurt by that, because she was just joking. She really was. She thought they were still bantering, because honestly, earlier in the night before I dropped down, I didn't know anything about this until last night, by the way, because my Wi-Fi was all messy and I sounded weird, but it was doing it again last night on Daisy's. God bless you too, sweetie. Polly, Pam, or Pam, just Pam. I know, and Auntie Sherry, that just breaks my heart. I just looked at her face last night when I was looking at her face, and I was so angry because my stupid computer was messed up, and then my daughter walked in and was talking to us about something that happened at church, and she has a practice and stuff that she's doing for fine arts. But anyway, so I just didn't bother with getting back on it, because I figured they were about to wrap it up. It seemed like it was about to wrap up, and at first I really did think that Auntie Sherry and Curvy were just, at first I thought they were kind of arguing, but then I heard Auntie Sherry say, "Oh, she knows who I am. And then I realized they were friends, okay, and that they talked obviously before, and that they kind of went after each other like that. So kind of like Lady 7 Up and Auntie Sherry have this thing where they call each other, I can't remember which one it is. What is it? Idiot and stupid. I can't remember. It's something like that. And so, or dummy or something. It's just, but they don't mean anything by it. They're joking around, you know. And now, if somebody else heard them, they might not understand it. So that's what I, assumed was going on. And they were making it about, what's his name? Top Dog, that guy Top Dog that was dancing last night on the thing. And I don't really know him that much because, like, I didn't know them all that back then when they were doing the birthday parties and stuff last year. Hey, Wendy McCone, how are you doing? Yeah, like that's what I was thinking. They were joking around, Lady 7 Up. So I didn't think nothing of it. I didn't. And Auntie Sherry and I, we've talked, and we have so much in common. I love her so much. And I am a bit protective over her, Like I don't have a mama left, and I don't have any aunts or uncles or, anybody that's like older than me in my family, even if it's not that much. I mean, she's really not that much older than me. Well, I mean, she's 3 years younger than my mother was, but my mom was 17 when she had me. So, but you know what I'm saying? That kind of figure, you know what I'm saying? And so I'm going to get protective. And she reminds me of my mom a little bit, with a little bit more gentle soul than my mom. But so I'm gonna Lady 7 Up said Sherry's an idiot. I love her. And so I laugh now, but like if I didn't know and understand, that y'all had that kind of relationship, and I saw that, I would get it like, what the heck, and I understand when people might not understand it. Okay, so, and that's kind of what I was thinking was going on, and then when I heard her say it, I was like, okay, they just go like this, because I really don't know Kirby. I don't. I think I've heard her once before talk, and I mean, I really don't know anything about her. She seemed fine on Jinkies. I mean, other than her and Sherry going back and forth, but I was kind of like laughing once I realized that they were just making jokes about it. I thought, so, oh, she's 5 years older than you, Lady 7 Up. I thought you were more my age. I thought you were like early 50. Yeah, that's what I was saying, bitch. Okay. I mean, you know how girlfriends call each other, they go, please, bitch, or something like that. Like just joking around. Like me and my friends have always done that. Even we've gone further and called each other hoe, just joking around, like not being serious about it. We don't mean that, but it's just, hey, Juju, how are you doing? It's just hard, and that's the thing. And I don't know like their relationship or anything, Lady 7 Up, but I'm going to say that I will say this. I don't think that anybody should try to, pull sisters apart, just you could be there for a friend and not take sides and just say, well, I love you both and I think y'all should try to work it out. You know why? Because when we're Christian, that's what we want people to really do. Ultimately, we really want to kind of point it out, the error of their way, and say, listen, let's pull this back on the road. There's no need for all this, back and forth. It's easier to be kind, and it's easier to just let things go. And so anyway, oh yeah, you go and get in the shower. I listen to all kind of stuff in the shower, music, usually really loud so I can cry these days. That's I haven't been in there enough. I need to get one of those seats in the shower. I want to get my bathtub taken out and get one of those big walk-in showers with the glass and like the seat. Oh yeah, I want one of those bad. Auntie Sherry's only 3 years older than you too, Tammy? Oh, they did this last year, Kirby and Daisy. Well, hopefully it'll all blow over because that's how I like it the best. I mean, I wish everybody would just, get along. And look, Kirby may over there in Britain, you know, um, is that what you mean, Wendy McCone? Yeah, Great Britain. That's where she's from. And I think that, maybe things are different there, because I do know there are a lot of different words there, and I don't know them all. I do know some because I have had some friends, like, okay, fag, for instance. Okay, I hope I don't get a strike for that because I'm talking about a cigarette. That is what, or a pile of sticks. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, that is not necessarily a word that is derogatory, but if you say that in America to somebody and they don't know that, is the other meaning, they'll get offended, because it's not nice. So it could be something like that, that in another country, it just means something that is worse, than what we've made it out to be. Sherry and I are the same age. I love her. Oh, Juju. Curfew wants to be one and only in every way. Oh, I got that feeling last night, Zigzag. Honestly, I did. But like I said, I don't know her. But just, first glance, that's what it looks like anyway. But, I don't know the situation. But I do know this. I know Miss Sherry was apologizing from her heart. And then she dropped down. And I don't know. Kirby dropped down, I'm saying. And I don't know why. She should have stood up there and listened to her and said, well, okay, I'm sorry, Miss Sherry. We shouldn't have. I'm sorry I took it that way. But over here it means such and such and such and such. And I know you and I go at it and stuff like that. But you know what I'm saying? Like, I thought it just went way, way too far, way too deep. Exactly. A bitch is a female dog, technically. And I don't think if she's in love with Top Dog, well, really, if you call her that word, which I'm not going to call her that because she doesn't like it. So I'm going to be, what's the word? Sensitive, and I'm not going to call her that. But I'm saying that, in my vocabulary and in my own head, when my friends call me that, or we're joking back and forth like that, if they call me that, I'm not going to get irritated or aggravated about it. I'm going to laugh, but I understand things just are different to different people. Tammy says, yes, I just use preservatives. That's what I told my husband. I stay in this cold house. You can hang meat up in here. So I'm like, see, it keeps me from getting too many wrinkles at a young age. So it keeps me fresh, like flowers at a florist. Keep me in the cooler. Oh, okay, Lady 7 Up. Well, that makes sense. Okay, that could be a trigger for her. But Auntie Sherry wouldn't have known that. And you know what? If she would have known that, I know that would have broke her heart to know that she would have. I could tell it did. I could tell that she was hurt like that. And Auntie Sherry, if you're watching, I love you. And I wish I would have been up there because I would have definitely tried to get in the middle of that and make peace and not make it worse. I hope my anger wouldn't have got the best of me. And I hope I really would have said, hold on, wait, hold on. Chop, chop, chop. Listen. And I'll just try to explain to Curvy that, we're sorry if saying that offended her. But I don't think that Auntie Sherry meant that to be offensive. In our country, we use that as a term of endearment, even among friends sometimes, okay? And, I get it if everybody doesn't get that. That's understandable. People have different cultures. There's different places, different things. But we have to talk to each other and talk these things out and not just go for the jugular. And I, maybe Auntie Sherry shouldn't have said that. Maybe, you know, but I mean, I still think that she didn't mean nothing malice about by it. So I feel it was harsh. That it was harsh. What she went into her was a little harsh. You know. Yeah, I've watched a lot of I like to watch the is it the BBC? Is that what it is? Because I like to watch a lot of those shows over there. Um just to see how different people live. And that's where I've picked up some different things mean different things because sometimes I'm like, what? And I'll look it up and see what it means. Um but yeah, they'll cuss a lot. A lot of them do. Yeah, she could be called out a lot worse. And the thing is, yeah, and that's another problem. It was the communication because sometimes Auntie Sherry can't hear with her, um, with her things not working right sometimes, and she doesn't hear all the time what people are saying exactly the way they say it. And then so that communication problems added on the top of that. I mean, that is just a recipe for disaster. And I think that's how it got out. Yeah, it's a pet name. But I do agree with you, Wendy. It was taken just a bit too far. I think, I think if somebody called me something that hurt my feelings, sometimes I might not would say anything about it. But if I did, because it really, really was like a trigger thing, like let's say her ex-husband or my ex-husband called me a certain name. So, okay, I'll tell you. No, I don't want to tell what the word is because then if I do, that's the first thing your body will come at. So I don't want to give away my Achilles heel. So what I'm saying, if there was something, that was maybe a trigger word for me and somebody said it, I might get upset at first, but then, especially if they were apologizing, I could tell they meant it. I would explain to them, I'd say, can I tell you why this word is so offensive to me and why it hurt me? And I'm sorry what I said to you as well. And if that would have happened, see, that'd have been the best way to handle it. And honestly, I wish I would have been up there because that's what I would have tried to have happened. That's what I'm saying. She dropped down. Miss Sherry was apologizing from the bottom of her heart. You could tell. I can tell when somebody is apologizing about something and they mean it and when they don't. And she meant that. She did. And so I just wish that she would have accepted it and explained to her why that word was so offensive to her, and then, it would have worked out a lot better. And then they wouldn't have gone into it so far because that is just more content for all these people that are hate channels to clip stuff, put it on there to make it harder on Jinkies, to make it harder on Daisy. Well, Daisy wasn't even up there, so I don't even know how she got brought into it, except for the fact that later she did go back up there. And I, I can understand because she did not want. And honestly, I'm not going to say I wouldn't have either. If I would have seen that night, like if I would have signed back on and seen all that, I might would have gone back up there and had something to say. And so maybe the Lord was protecting me, not to be brought in the middle of it like that. But I'm going to say that if I wouldn't have been dropped or if I wouldn't have dropped off, and I would have seen that, I would have tried to be the peacemaker there before it got way, way out of hand like that. And I think that at first, honestly, even I, looking at it last night, because I saw what was going on before I dropped down. So I had seen what y'all saw, the same little banter between them about Top Dog, And so once I realized that they were joking and all that, even whenever I saw it on Daisy's last night, I was going, well, that's they were kind of doing that, and then whenever I realized how deep she was going in, and it was bad, then I was like, whoa, 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 wait a minute, now what happened? Here's the deal. What's going on here? And then I got upset, for Miss Sherry. Yeah. So that upset me. Yeah, Angela, I do. I try to always give people the benefit of the doubt first. For a while, I really will. And then they'll show me one way or the other. You know what I'm saying? They'll eventually show me one way or the other, and then I'll know, And once I know, I know. Like I gave Nellie the benefit of the doubt for a good long while. But then I saw it, okay? I saw behind the mask. Once I see behind the mask, then I know. And, until I see a change or repentance, then that's what I see. I see that fruit. This is not that girl's first time showing out like that. She cuts up like that. She's like drama. And she reads the chat looking for it. Uh-oh. Oh, see, I didn't know that, Angela, at all. I don't know her like that. I don't know anything about her, really. I don't. I have heard. I think I might have been up there one night, and maybe she was in the chat. Miss Daisy might have got on to her, but I didn't know it was a thing that was a big thing. You know what I mean? And I don't know. Does she have a channel or anything? I mean, I don't even know where she. I don't know. Because I thought, well, they must be fairly close if Auntie Sherry and her joke around like that about, Top Dog and stuff. So I didn't know. Winnie McCone said Sherry didn't know what she was going on. Leave her alone, Sherry alone, bitch. Oh yes, and I agree. Auntie Sherry meant no malice when she said that. She was joking. And I could see that. I really could. I love you too, Wendy. Hervey started stuff in Daisy's chat while she was coming there all the time. Yeah, I remember one night. It wasn't that long ago, and y'all know my memory's terrible right now. And oh, poor me. Yes, okay. I'm gonna say it's because of grief. It is. It's because of grief. Now y'all can say it's because I'm trying to get sympathy if you want to, but I don't need sympathy. I know where to find that. That's in between the dictionary between shit and syphilis. So I'm not asking for that. But most people who have a heart do have empathy for people who have lost a loved one of any kind. Look, I'm like that. Even people who lose their pets, I know how hard that is, because literally 3 months before my son passed away, I lost my poor kitty that I loved so much. That was like my therapy cat. And at that time I only had that one. And and she was fine. And then all of a sudden she got sick. And one night in between, in less than 30 minutes or so, she went from acting normal to not being able to walk to me holding her in my arms, trying to give her mouth to mouth. And she just passed away in my arms. And that was traumatic, very traumatic. And I was just bawling, crying on the floor with that cat, trying to give it mouth to mouth and trying to pray it back to life, literally. And it was horrible. And so I give people, and even I think last night or the other night, Kirby was talking about she had lost an animal. And I'm just saying, I have an empathetic heart for people who are grieving over anything they love, whether that be a fur baby, a real baby, a child you birth, a stepchild, a niece, a family member, a sibling, a parent, a spouse. I mean, so many things happen in life that people are going through. And so, that puts a little different curve, if you will, on some things, zigzag, knowing that, so I'm going to be a little leery. Well, now I'm definitely going to be leery because I saw what I saw with my own 2 eyes. Tammy says, I think as a grown woman, we've all been called ugly names more than once. Yes, I know I have a lot. As a child, even, kids are mean Kids are mean. That's what I'm saying. Like, these adults act like kids sometimes. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. You know how kids sometimes will go deep because they don't understand that something hurts because they're just young and they don't understand it. Kind of like that scripture. I think me and Sherry were talking about it. When I was a child, I did childish things, but as I grew, I put my childish ways aside and I thought as an adult. And we're supposed to do that, and we're supposed to be able to reason and think like adults. I'm sorry I keep having a drink, but that drink is so good and I'll drink it before it melts. I stopped the mochas and I'm on the pink drinks from Starbucks, but I'm going to learn how to make it myself because I don't like giving Starbucks that much money for a drink. But it is so refreshing in the summertime. She's jelly of Sherry, been close to Jinx. So she's jealous of that relationship then. Tammy said, I think as a grown woman, we've all been called. Oh, it was Kirby thought. It was funny when she called Sherry that. Yeah, she was making kind of joking, kind of, going, well, that's not nice, kind of like, but laughing about it still yet. But then when she realized it was her, boy, whew, that was a whole different story, wasn't it? And poor Jinky's just caught up there in the middle of it and going, oh my gosh. And she kept trying to give him a chance and she'd put him down. And then she'd say, be quiet, be good. And then try to pull him back up. And, that lady was just going at it like just, I mean, like really, like, the way they fight them pit bulls and stuff like that, like hard at it. And poor Auntie Sherry, she'd already she already realized that, that she obviously had offended her or whatever, and she was already hurt. So that just, I don't know. It was just too much. Well, I can get real loud, very loud if I need to. So she would have at least heard me. I'll say that. Now, and I can look, how Miss Daisy went in there and like if she started getting ugly with me like that, like I would have tried to be nice and, I would have really tried to be the peacemaker. But if she came in and started acting like that, you know what I'm saying, and not trying to listen to, okay, let's just reason this out and listen to common sense. You always try to do that first. But hey, just because you're a Christian does not make you a doormat. And don't mistake my kindness for weakness. And I think people do that a lot. And, with Christians and people that have a good heart, just because you don't want to start some stuff to start with, just right off the bat, I'm not going to sit back and take it either, though. So if that would have happened, it might would have gotten very loud, and I would have hated to do that on Jinky's channel. I would have hated to, but I'd have had to. If I'd have been up there, I would have had no choice because I'm not going to let nobody talk to her like that. I'm just not going to do it. So if I'd been up there, now that I've had a chance, to cool off and, try to think about it from every angle. It's hard, but you saw behind Kirby's mask a long time ago, Tammy says. It was pretty low blow for her to go at Sherry and even threaten to hurt and sue her. Yeah, that was ridiculous. I agree. And yeah, we don't know if she's an attorney. We have no way of knowing that. And to threaten physical harm on YouTube is actually, if Kirby is an attorney, she should know this. To threaten someone physical harm, especially here on YouTube, is a big no-no. So you can get in trouble for that. And as an attorney, you should know that. And I'm not being catty or anything. I'm serious. I mean, you should know that. And especially, Miss Sherry being a senior citizen too. There's rules and laws against that in our country. So if you're an attorney, maybe get to know both laws if you're going to be, doing things online in America because, it may be different. And also look at the terms of agreement on the terms of service with YouTube. You're not allowed to harass or bully, and especially people of an elderly age group, or, you know what I'm saying. Yeah. Lone Star Queen, me too. I try to give everyone a fair chance, she said. I thought Kirby was better than that. I wish she would do her own thing and keep the peace and distance. Yeah. See, that's me. I don't know her, but I always like to give people a fair chance, And I do. I really do, for quite some time. Oh yeah. That was that was ridiculous. That was Wendy, you're right. She was calling her names like baby. Oh, you know how to make mochas, Tammy? Well, that would be great. Please tell me how to make them. Uh, I was going to McDonald's because that was the only ones I liked. Because I don't like them real chocolatey. I don't like Starbucks mochas at all. They're way too cocoa-y, chocolatey, or whatever. I don't know what it is. I like mine kind of like, okay, you know the difference in the snack pack that's a light colored chocolate and the darker kind of chocolate. Like I like the more milky kind of chocolate. So I don't like that real strong, harsh chocolate bite. I don't like that. So McDonald's was the only one, and I really don't like McDonald's at all. And that was the only thing I ever got from there. But it's hard to find them. They don't like to clean the machine out, the mocha machine out. So it's hard. My husband, he'll have to go to 3 or 4 McDonald's, bless his heart, trying to look for a mocha. And I said, you know what? Forget it. I'm not doing that anymore. I'm not making him have to drive around looking for me a mocha before he comes home like that. That's horrible. Wendy, I agree. I think it's really weak when it comes to body shaming. Like I said, look, I could show my daggum records from my pediatrician's office. I was diagnosed with anorexia nervosa. I was like 15 years old, and like I don't even know if I was 110 pounds at this time, but I mean 5'9". That's fairly tall for a woman or girl, and 110 pounds or less. It might have even been at that time. I'm not kidding. Like you could literally see, like when I've been over, you could see my rib cage and my bones on my back. Now, I wasn't skinny like that one girl that's on YouTube all the time. What's her name? I don't know. But I'm scared for that girl. And I worry about her. I pray for her all the time. I can't think of her name right now. But y'all probably know who I'm talking about. I think her mama's doing something and using her for money or something. I just worry about it. Anyway, but I know that's a real thing. And weight, as I've gotten older, I've realized my weight has gone up and down and up and down because of all the dieting I did as a young teenager. I'm sure that whacked my metabolism way out. And y'all know the fin days. Y'all remember, some of y'all that are older know that y'all used to go get the fin, and the doctor would give you the fin little combination. And I did that in my 20s, because I really wasn't heavy, but I had 3 children by the time I was 20. So, but I was still, whenever I came, in fact, I have a picture of me and my last child, not my last child. Well, my last child too, but my baby that passed away. He was my baby for 14 years till my last child was born. But like I literally was so thin after I had him, but I thought I was so fat because I was so used to being underweight that when I was actually a good weight, or even underweight but a good weight, I thought I was fat. And makes me mad. It really does. It bothers me a lot when people go after people for their weight. Unless they call me a fat bitch, I don't call them that back. Oh, that's okay. It's okay to get off topic. We're in here just talking anyway today because we're honestly, with all this going on, I had all this stuff planned and I had all my notes ready and everything, but I felt a little off with all this stuff like last night. It kind of hit me. Kind of hit me all at once. And so I was really not wanting to get into too much of the dark stuff today. I'd rather just sit and talk about some of this stuff. And then maybe over the weekend, I might. Plus, I'm watching my grandson this week. And like he's in there watching a movie. So he's 10. So he's and he is such a good boy. But I was gonna do it, and he can't hear me because we got the window unit going and the central air because it's hot. It's Hades here in the south. I'm not kidding, and the humidity is off the chain. Lone Star Queen. Oh, Tammy says, I will if you accept my friend request. I have something else I have been waiting to speak with you about. Okay. Well, do you have my email? If you do, email me your real name so I'll know that it's you. Or either if you send me a message, through Daisy's Crime, you can probably find me that way. But tell me who you are, your name on here so I'll know who you are. Because I'm real funny about who I accept friend requests from on Facebook, because that's my real life, and you just never know who's like behind the scenes, and just not saying you or anything. I know you're not, but you know what I'm saying. Like just random people that come in here, you just never know. And people like PG and people that dox people and stuff like that. Like you just got to be careful that they're not doing that, because like I am very protective of my family. Like I really could care less much. I mean, now Justin said a few things that kind of hurt my feelings a little tiny bit, but not really much. He didn't go bad after me. I mean, he called me "say la vie," which that's okay. I mean, kind of funny. Except for that is the name out of the Bible, so I don't know. That's between him and God, but that didn't really bother me. And the fact that whatever he wants to say about what he addressed about saying that he didn't think I had a channel, and then said, whenever I come on your chat or whatever, he said, but I was talking about the farm or Daisy's chat. Well, that's not my channel, so I don't know. But whatever you say, I'll take your word for it if that's what it is, Justin. But I even took up for Justin because he got his panties in a twist whenever I mentioned the fact that there are men on YouTube that need to get a job and get off YouTube because they've got families to take care of. Well, I was not talking about him. He did not even come to my mind. I know he's got a job. Also, he's got kids. Also, he does YouTube, which I know you can make money off of that. I was talking about a couple of other people that are way behind in child support and stuff like that. And so anyway, I made a comment about that. So I've never gone after him, really. I will call him Mini Pearls. And when I call him that, I mean like Mini Pearl because that's what his Miss Daisy reminds me of. But I spell it MANY Pearls, like mini pearls. Mini pearls. So I thought that was funny because he wears all them pearls. And I thought that was kind of witty, actually. Lynn, Tammy Lynn. Okay. Oh, okay. I got you. I'll look for that. Oh, that's right. That's so funny. That's right. I remember now, y'all. And I really am not trying to use this as an excuse. It's just the truth. My memory. I don't remember what I had for supper last night. Still, I can't remember. I can't remember nothing. I'm a member of the can't remember shit club. I mean, like literally right now. And I have a fantastic memory. I have a great long-term memory. But for some reason, it's like my memory of anything after March the 26th is like just, if it's been more than 5 minutes, and it might not even be 5 minutes, and I can't remember it. Unless you remind me, and then I might remember it. Oh, it's yours. Okay, I got you. Lady 7 Up. Did you already send it to me, Lady 7 Up? Well, I'm glad y'all can empathize with me then. If y'all got bad memories, we're all a member of the same club. It's called, well, we used to call it CRB, CRS. Yeah, we're the CRS club. Oh, okay. Um, are you friends with crime critters on the farm, Lady 7 Up? Or I'll text you. We've talked on the phone. I'll text it to you, okay? So then you don't have to remember your memory. You don't have to remember your memory. I'll text it to you. Because I don't want to say it on here, like, you know what I'm saying? Because them other channels, if they, you know, just want to be starting something, you know, I don't want them to be hounding me and pretending they're somebody else or making up fake accounts or, you know how people will do that. Your memory's better than your children's memories, exactly. Well, then you're doing pretty doggone good. My kids don't forget nothing. Well, I take that back. They forget all the good stuff. I'm just kidding. That's not true. Some of them. Some forget all the good stuff, but remember all the mistakes. You're welcome, Lady 7 Up. I better do it now or I will forget. Thank you very much. Because look, I'll tell you that, and I'm serious. If I don't, and I'm doing it right now while I'm talking, because if I don't, I will forget without a doubt. Oh my gosh, y'all, I was crying so hard earlier. I found an old message from my son, and it was a song that he sent me like about a month maybe before he passed away. He's like, see, look, I'm already forgetting. I'm getting off track here. I was going to read though what he said because, man, whenever I read that message, it just like went through me, and I was like, dang. And I saw he sent me a message and said, he said, call me after you listen. He sent me the song and he was like, call me after you listen. So I started listening to it. And I mean to tell you, I broke down crying. And I only got through I don't even think I got through half of it. I had to cut it off because it was just like, oh my gosh. And then I called him back. Oh my gosh. So anyway, hey, Lucky Charms. Lone Star said, I have daughters and they are grown, but I still hear about the times I took their phone or etc. Exactly. The one time they got a spanking, they're like, I remember that time you spanked me because I wouldn't do so and so. I'm like, okay, well, you gave the reason why you got the spanking. So, and mostly it was when they were older, like teenagers. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, I might pop like a 3-year-old on the hand if they like go to touch something hot, only, or like run out in the street, only because you know why, I want him to remember it. And that's why I didn't spank a lot, because if I only reserved that for something that was like, look, this is real serious, and I always gave a warning unless it was something like that, like, because I never wanted, like my youngest child, I popped her on the hiney one time, and it was literally because we were walking in a parking lot and she was holding my hand. I said, don't let go of my hand. She was like almost 4, right at 4. And she understood. She was reading at the time. By the time she was 2, she was reading like 100 flashcards, like sight reading. So she's very smart and verbal. She knew what she was doing. So, and she was giggling and pulled from me and started running. And I got up to her, and I wasn't angry, but I popped her on the hiney because I was afraid. And I said, and I turned around and looked at her right in the face, and I got down on my knee level with her. Thank you, honey. And do you need to say something to me? Because I can put this on hold for a minute. Huh? Well, yeah, I'll take a Coke. I'm finishing up my pink Coke, but I try to stop drinking soda, but I will drink one a day sometimes, not every day. But anyway, I forgot what I was saying. But anyway, so I popped her, but I got down on my knee level and said, I don't ever want to have to pop you ever again. But the reason I did it, and I explained to her why, and I said it hurt me to pop her more than it would hurt her. But thanks, honey. I love you. I love you. How long for your back? Did you get the shock for the pool? Yeah. You did? Did you put it in there? No, it's not in. Oh. All right. I love you. Okay. Thank you. Sorry, y'all. My husband came in. Trying to go back and read. I get behind on the chat. I think. Okay, let me go back up. That's me, Wendy. I can remember yesterday, but I cannot remember 20 years ago. And look, I've done forgotten to put my phone over there to the side. On Lady 7 Up, I'll forget. I'm telling you. Somebody interrupt me and and I got to start chasing it. I got to go wander. I got to find my brain. Yeah, my memory's horrible, but I can remember songs as well too. And I've had some songs come up out of the blue, like just very randomly out of the blue that I hadn't heard in like 30 years. And I go back and listen to them. Like one of them is the song by REM. It's The End of the World as We Know It. And I slowed it down and like listened to the words. And I think I've shared it on here. And I was like, holy moly. Oh my gosh, that is the biggest predictive program song I've seen yet. Because that thing's old and it was predicting stuff that had happened. But the enemy always shows his hand. He does. He has to. Lady 7 Up said, Wendy, I remember the past, but can't remember yesterday. Yeah, that's me, Lady 7 Up. Same thing. I can remember the color of something I was wearing on a certain time, like from 40 years ago or 50 years ago, even maybe. But I can't remember what I wore yesterday. Well, except for I still have it on. That's the only way I know. Angela says, I think it's the lupus because I have it too, and I can't remember crap. Yeah, it's something called lupus brain fog. So I already had that anyway, even before my son passed away, but it is way worse now. I mean, I'm like, because I thought about going back to school, after my daughter graduated this year, because she starts college next, in the fall. So, and she's my youngest, and like I homeschooled her from her last year in regular school was the 4th grade, and she asked to be homeschooled because a lot of her friends are homeschooled from church. I mean, and that's when kids start getting really mean, and she didn't cuss and she wouldn't do like all the stuff that the kids want to. And they told her, they said, well, if you don't do this, you can't hang around with us. And she was like, well, then I won't hang around with y'all because I'm not doing that. And so she came to me and asked me, and I said, sure. So she did really well. She's a really easy kid. And it was kind of like she was my only child because, like I said, my youngest child next to that was one that passed away, and he was 31. So it was like having an only child almost. So it was really easy, and she was so smart. And I started with her when she was 18. Well, before that, probably. Maybe around 15 to 18 months, we started doing the flashcards, and it had the picture on the front and the word on the back. You showed them the picture, and then you showed them the word on the other side and read it to them, and then they would say it back. So literally from the time we started, well, from 15 to 18 months, I can't remember, but it was right in there. And by the time she was 2, at her 2nd birthday, around in there and shortly around that, she was reading all those. I mean, I'm talking about hard words like refrigerator and alligator and things like that. I mean, but there are easier words too. But sight reading is the easiest way to learn, actually, especially if kids are young. And they're like sponges when they're that little. but I cannot remember nothing. And my daughter, she'll argue with me and she'll say, Mama, you're arguing me about something. You can't remember anything. And you're sitting there arguing. And I'm like, oh, you're right. You're right. My dog was screaming at me. Tammy says that he feared I had a tumor on my liver. And my mom's first reaction was, you have a tattoo? Oh, yeah. I remember we were talking about that. Oh, my gosh. Okay. I'll look for that. She's gangster. She's like, I don't care who knows my real name. Well, you're right, because you really don't have to take any friend requests from anybody. But it's just like these people, like they'll try to like find who your family members are and hunt them down. And I'm like, dang, y'all are hardcore. Like, I mean, we're not criminals. I can understand y'all looking into people that might be suspects of like the Summer Wells case. I've done that. But I'm not going to just like look up some random YouTuber and like who their family is. And like, that's weird to me. And I'm also eating a peanut butter and jelly sandwich now. Sorry. Lone Star said, I have daughters and they are grown. And I still hear about the times I think I read that. I was going backwards. And I said, hey, Lucky Charms, I hope I did. I love you. If I didn't, I can't remember. And look how that wasn't that long ago. I think I remember seeing your thing, but I don't know if I said it. I just gave my real name out. I got nothing to hide, Lady 7-Up said. My dog Grace ran across the road that is busy. I turned around because a big semi stepped on his brakes. I turned around and I seen Grace going back across the road. I was so mad, scared. I couldn't do anything. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I know. That's so scary. And dogs, I mean, if you pop them, they kind of know, not, I don't mean, when I say pop, I don't mean hard. I really don't. I mean, just for attention's sake. Kind of like I use a squirt gun with my cats. Like, all I got to do now, and it's just water. And it's not hard. It's not the hard kind. It's just like a mist. You know what I'm saying? But, like, all I got to do is show it to him. And and he'll, like, look at me and back up. And he'll stop. Right, it's to get their attention. And I'd rather, and I did raise my voice some, but I didn't want to scream at my kids like my mom. My mama screamed at me. And I love my mama now. And she was a really good mom. In so many ways, and in many ways, But she was only 17 when she had me. So I think she did a pretty good job. I ended up being a pretty good person. So I can't, and she passed away when she was my age. I'm exactly the age right now my mom was when she passed away. So she's been gone for this year. This October will be 17 years since she passed away. Hey, Matthew Cunningham. I'm just now getting to these messages, y'all. I'm all the way, way far behind. Last coming in. Hope everyone is having a wonderful day. Well, we're having a good day. How about you, Matthew? Zigzag. Lachey. Oh, yeah. Wanted to stay, but she to take her son to the ER. Oh, no. Lachey. I was thinking about that lady that pulled that shenanigan about being kidnapped at first when you said that. That's who I was thinking about. Oh, my gosh. Is her son okay? Do you know anything, Zigzag? Yeah, music's my calming too. Oh, The End of the World, Lone Star Queen. Yeah, I used to like it too, but I hadn't heard it in forever really much. But except for when I went back and read it, I was like, whoa. Well, let's say a little prayer for I'm afraid I'm saying her name wrong. I hope I'm saying it right. Lachey, I think that if that's right, I hope I'm right. Let's say a little prayer for Lachey. She had to take her son to the ER. Father God, I just thank you right now that you're with Lachey and her son, Lord. And then when you get there to the emergency room when they get there, that you're already there waiting, that the Holy Spirit is already there, Lord, that you'll send the doctors that need be, and that there won't be anything major wrong, and that they would just get a perfect bill of health. And if there's something that needs to be taken care of, Lord, that you'll take care of it right there. You're the great physician. And we just praise you and we thank you, Lord. And we ask you to be with her so she's not anxious or nervous, because we know how we get when our children are sick or there's something wrong or something happens. Lord, just give her perfect peace and help her get through it. In the name of Jesus, amen. I hope everything's okay. I would like to forget my past. It's not something I like to remember. My past is not great either, but I like to remember it so I don't repeat it. Sometimes, some of it. And also so that I can warn other people. Don't do this. Don't do it. I had to go the hard way. Hey, Vicky. I have chemo brain. It's a real thing. You've had chemo? Or chemo? What is that? Okay, I'm behind. I told you, I'm real far behind. I need to show these up there so other people can know what I'm talking about. When I'm in a flare, that's when I'm thinking it's awful. I'm quiet and don't want to talk. It's weird. I'm the same way, Lone Star Queen. When I flare up, I'm hurting like hell. Like literally, it is. I mean, it's like living hell. And people don't understand if they're not going through that kind of stuff. And it's like MS and lupus and other autoimmune diseases are so similar. And, people with cancer, it's like, yeah, that's terrible. Cancer is horrible, and you don't know, but they don't understand lupus is almost like getting a diagnosis of that, because, eventually something's going to go wrong with our body. I mean, 1 or 2 or 3 organs, we don't know, but it attacks our organs, and it's already attacked my kidneys, which I think is why I can't get my blood pressure down. It's affected my heart a little bit. And thank God, they thought I was in heart failure decently, and I went to the cardiologist, and I have a little bit of it, but not much. Not to the point that I've got to have any kind of crazy, like, invasive procedures done. Thank the Lord. But he did say, look, we got to get this blood pressure down. We've got to. So I've got some renal stuff coming up, which is my kidneys, because I think that's what's causing it. Yeah, Lady 7 Up. Oh, Vicky says to Lady 7 Up is a side effect of taking chemo. Oh, that's what I thought you were meaning. Yeah, my brother had well, I don't know if he has it anymore. Well, he got better. Cancer. He had cancer. He had lung cancer, and he had a piece taken out. And he went through his chemo and all that. I wish he'd quit smoking, but I'm afraid he's not gonna. He's been smoking so long. My mom and daddy smoked, and he used to steal my daddy's smokes when he was like a little old kid. Oh, you're homeschooling your granddaughter, Tammy? Yes. See, that's what I love about it. Because I've taught in the regular school district. I was a long-term sub, and also a teacher assistant for preschool children with disabilities. But then that's when my other children were small, and I really wasn't sure about the homeschooling back then, because they're in their 30s now. Like my oldest one is 35, coming in a couple months. So, but I did homeschool her 6th grade year, and I'll tell you why. But because it kind of ties into some of this other stuff. But oh, thank you, Wendy. And thank you for saying I have a calming voice. I hate my voice. I hate to listen to myself back on a recording. I think everybody's like that, but it's horrible. Oh no, Lady 7 Up. Complicated migraine from the bruise on my brain. It's starting to spiderweb. Oh no. My daughter has really bad migraines where she has to throw up. And I used to, but I haven't had them in quite some time, thank God. We'll be praying for your migraines. They're terrible. Why? Migraines are horrible. Because I remember it used to affect my vision, make me throw up. And I did have one after my son passed away. And I think that is what led to me not being able to sleep, not being able to get any rest, which made my blood pressure go up worse, which made me have to go into hypertensive crisis, which is why I went in the hospital. And I just needed sleep. And I ended up leaving. They wanted me to stay longer, and I was like, I got to go home. I can't sleep in this place. It's making it worse. Lone Star said, Vicky Kramer, my best friend, is experiencing chemo brain. She knew I had lupus and brain fog, and a lot of her symptoms were the same. Yeah. I hope you feel better. Chemo is not for the weak. You're right about that. Hold on 1 second. My pharmacy. Hello? This is me. No, they added an extra 1 milligram for in between because they can't get it regulated and stay down. And I had to go in the hospital for it. So whenever I went back to the cardiologist, and he told me to stay on the 2 milligram dose, but take the 1 milligram if I need it in between when I take my blood pressure if it goes up. It's not Dr. Franklin. It's can't remember. Yeah. Yeah, that's my regular doctor. They work together. They're the ones that sent me to the cardiologist. Yes. I'm positive, yes. Yeah, they want me to take the 2s like I'm supposed to, like 3 times a day. But if in between my blood pressure like shoots up, because I'm having some kidney tests done because they think my kidneys are the reason, because I have lupus, is the reason my blood pressure won't come down. So it keeps going up to like where I have to be put in the hospital almost. But the 1 milligram is for like if it goes up and I can't get it to come down, like an emergency, you know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Sure. Yeah, that's what it is. The 1 milligrams are just for as needed kind of emergency, and then the others are for, the 3 times a day. All right. Thank you so much. Okay. Thanks. Bye-bye. Okay. I'm sorry. But that's weird. We were just talking about my blood pressure. The pharmacy calls. So, yeah, that clonidine. That's what makes me so tired. Okay, let me see. It started pouring rain, said Lady 7 Up. I can't catch up to my things. Let's see. I'm sorry about that. Tammy said I'm not a stalker, just a retired wife, mother, and me, mom. That's me. We got a lot in common. Yeah, I don't think you're a stalker, Tammy, at all. I don't. That is hilarious too about the tattoo. I'm not even kidding. That is hilarious. Because I mean, my mom would have probably done that too. Y'all, I'm gonna tell y'all something funny about my mom. This is before she passed away. Um, we were having a get together at my house, and like her best friend came, and so she would have been younger than 52, but I thought, my mom's like old. She's like old fuddy duddy or whatever. And like her friend had it with her, but we all went up to my bedroom on the second floor, and the patio was down below it, where my mom was sitting outside with like my husband and some other people. And so me and my brother and his wife and my mom, his best friend, and one of my friends, we all went upstairs and like opened my back window, and we were smoking, the good stuff. And when we went downstairs, This is so funny. Oh my gosh. We went downstairs and we were all sitting outside, and my mom looked at me and like, y'all were up there smoking pot. And I was like, what? And listen, I'm in my 30s at this time. I mean, I'm probably like 30. I don't know. I'm in my early 30s. Okay. I never did that in high school. Like, I never, well, I tried it one time in the back of a Tahoe. We were all sitting around in there together, but I never smoked cigarettes, so I didn't know how to inhale or anything. I was Bill Clinton. But anyway, so I didn't, like, I just didn't, it didn't do anything to me. But then I never did it again until I was in my 30s, and I started getting sick with the lupus. That's when I started. And I wish I would have stuck with that and never took the pills from the doctor, because I went through a whole thing with that. But Leashay, okay, that's how you say it. He cut his foot. I was wondering if he had some kind of accident like that. Well, my grandson did that. He stepped on a big, huge piece of glass that one of my other grandsons dropped, and they were in the yard running around playing in the pool, and he cut his foot on it. And I was the only adult there, and I had literally 8 kids there between my grandkids, my child, because it was about, about 5 years ago now. And I had my brother's children. He's got 6 kids, but only the 3 younger ones were with me. And then I think 4, maybe 4 of my grandkids were over there. And I'm telling you, I was about to freak out. I was about to die. And I was like, oh, God, please send somebody. You know how when the accident happens, and he was bleeding really bad from the bottom of his foot. I was just holding it up in the air and I was trying to get my grandkids. I was like, go get a diaper, because I had a diaper from one of my real small grandkids, and I put a diaper wrapped around it. And oh my gosh, it was horrible. And I couldn't find my cell phone because we'd been outside swimming. It was a mess. It's so scary. Oh my gosh. I bet I know that he'll probably just have to get stitches, but it's not fun to go through that. Lady 7 Up said, I'll never repeat my past. I did nothing wrong. It was my dad. Now that he has passed away, I forgive him. And when he got his stroke, and I'm moving on. Yeah, we have to learn to forgive people, not even so much for them as it is for ourselves. We have to let that stuff go. It's too heavy to carry. I'm talking about the stuff I did, because I did make some bad choices and bad decisions that, well, I wouldn't change it necessarily, but I just want to remember it so that, well, the medicine from the doctor is one thing. I definitely want to remember that, because I don't want to fall back in that again. The, opiates and stuff. I don't want to have to ever go back to that again. That was horrible. But like I said, I've been off that for 8 years this November and never went back. I grew up in severe child. Oh no, you ran away at 14. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Vicki, because here's the thing. A lot of children, they're at risk, when they're abused, and then they run away, and then they're more at risk even when they run away, because people see that. It's like evil people can look at you and tell when you have been abused, and they, like, the bad people, they know how to hone in on that. It's sad. I'm so sorry. Well, I kind of ran away. I got pregnant on purpose, and so I could get married. But I jumped out of the frying pan into the fire with that one. Yes, it does mimic other diseases, Lone Star. You lost a kidney already? Oh, man. And you're only 42. Yeah, I was walking with a walker about, I guess, 10 years ago. So I'd have been about your age. I'm 52. And I was walking with a walker. We went to Charleston, South Carolina. And, That's a lot of walking because you have to park and then you have to walk everywhere because it's hard to find parking places. And, or if you stay in a hotel, you have to walk pretty much everywhere because it is hard to park on the street. Uh, and so I had a walker, and I just remember having to like stop and just like rest in between like going, and it's just my knees hurt so bad, my joints were so bad. And I think I was going through a really massive flare at that time. And I honestly was afraid that the wheelchair was going to be my next thing. And honestly, right now, I've thought about getting one of those hover rounds. Because, me and my husband would love to travel, and I can't get around that much. I can't get around good. And I stay at home a lot because of it, because I just can't get out and move around like I want to. But I want to go. So I'm like, you know what? I should just not let that stop me and just find something like that, like a little scooter or something. And yeah, okay, it might be embarrassing at first, but you know what? The heck with it. Who do I care about impressing anyway? I want to live my life, and I don't want to just like survive like I'm doing right now. I want to live. And Vicky, I'm going to be praying for you for that because, oh my gosh, that's terrible to grow up in that with that. I'm trying to catch up with the chat. I know some of y'all are talking between each other. Whoop, almost lost it. It went away for a second. Let's see. I'm glad they are monitoring it, Sayla. That contributed to losing my kidney. Yeah. Well, my blood pressure is so doggone high. It's like they don't have a choice. Plus, I was already put in the hospital one time for lupus kidney nephritis. And that was in 2017. Like I could have died, they said, because like all the thing, like the calcium, the albumin, my vitamin D, my what is that other word they called it? Albumin, I think it's albumin, calcium, vitamin D. And there was one more, and I forgot the name of it. But they were all like almost non-existent because they had me on a bunch of water pills because of the amount of fluid I was taking on, and they were trying to keep the fluid off of me. And so with the blood pressure pills, they gave me a bunch of diuretics. So that made and since my kidneys were compromised, it made my kidneys not work. And that's how I ended up with that. So I've got to be very careful. I do take diuretics, but I got to be real careful with them. And I can tell it hurts. It feels like somebody sometimes on both sides of my kidneys just like squeezing them with their hands. It hurts so bad. Kind of like contractions feel when you're pregnant and going into labor, but of your kidneys. That's what it feels like. Angela said, Vicky, it's hard. I'm trying to quit myself. My lungs are hurting, pain in my right side, shortness of breath, worried it's too late for me, scared to go to the doctor in fear of what they'll tell me. I've done that. Oh, Angela, I know what you feel like. And my husband, he needs to go to the doctor. He ain't been to the doctor in 30 years. But if you're having symptoms, you really do need to go, especially if you got kids and stuff. I mean, it'd be so easy for me to give up right now because look, I feel like most of what I love is on the other side. I still have I still have people on this side like my husband and my other 3 children left and my grandchildren that I want to live for. But look, it is about quality of life too, and if you can't live a good quality of life, it's hard. People don't understand that. Well, I'm praying for everybody that's going through health problems. And that song that I played at the beginning, it reminds me, like all those thoughts are true, about how do you choose who he does and doesn't heal. Like we don't understand that kind of stuff on this side, but there's got to be a reason for it. There's got to be, because when we pray for healing, and if it doesn't happen, there's got to be a reason. And it has to be for the good in the long run. And we don't know what it is sometimes. And we will never know maybe on this side. But on the other side, we'll know. And we'll just say a prayer whenever we get off for everybody that's going through all these kind of autoimmune disorders and any kind of other things like cancer, things that, attack our body. Because a lot of times it is an attack from the enemy. And sometimes, we don't understand why we're not being healed. I've asked God many times, why, Lord, why? Why am I not getting healed? And then I've definitely prayed for other people and they've gotten healed and I've seen it. And I'm like, well, I wonder, like, what decides that? I know that it's God and he decides it. And he has a reason for everything, just like my son passing away. He saved his life a million times. So for whatever reason this time, he came home, but I know where he's at because he definitely loved the Lord with all of his heart. Kiki, man. I was abused and I did not want to live past 17, but thank God he was there for me and did not let me succeed in what I was trying to do. I'm so sorry. So many children are abused and they go through that. And, the enemy of our soul wants us to destroy ourselves because he knows that's the only real way he can get to us. I mean, really, he can't do anything to us that we don't allow him to do. And we don't know it, though. That's the problem. It's like when we're young like that, we don't understand and we don't know, and we wonder, why, God, why did this happen to me? Why did you let this happen to me? And it's not really God's fault. It's God gives people free will, and that makes some people evil, and they have evil intentions, and they do evil things. And God can take what the enemy meant for evil, and he can turn it for good. He really can. I was abused as well, and I'm telling you, he can take things that you would never think that he could use, like abortion in my case, and turn it around. And even though the pain is there and that child is in heaven and not with me and didn't get a chance to live, and I was forced into that, like very, like physically forced, and, oh man, that's one of the hardest things other until my son passing away. Even with the death of my parents and all that, my grandparents, still nothing is like that. And it's like we got to just learn that the enemy is real and he doesn't like us and he wants us not to have a happy or prosperous life. And we have to understand that we have to call out to the Lord and ask people to pray for us. And I'm telling you, things have changed in my life. Not everything's perfect, but he does carry me through a lot of these storms that I could never get through alone. I'll tell you that. And I am so glad, too, that God did protect you, Kiki, like Lone Star Queen said, and you made it through. I know, look, one of my grandchildren has gone through some things, and I had to have him put somewhere. He had to go get some help, and because of something that happened to him when he was little. And oh my gosh, as a grandma or a mom, even with my children, they went through some things with my ex-husband, and I don't want to get into it all right now, but when I found out after we were divorced, of course, and they felt well, my oldest daughter was the first one to tell me, but I got them help and went and took them to counseling and stuff like that. And I never doubted them, and I always believed them. And we went to the police and all that stuff. And the police, basically said that there had been too much time that passed. There was no physical evidence, and it would be her word against his. And, anyway, I don't know why. They just questioned him over the phone and he didn't even go and have to have an interview in person or anything. And oh my gosh, it's terrible. It is. And, it makes kids go through things that they wouldn't have to go through. And they learn to numb themselves with other substances and things because it's so hard to get through life sometimes. Oh, lost Lone Star. Just got to the hospital for that cellular lupus nephritis. Yeah, it's severe. They couldn't get my potassium back up. It was crazy. It was incredibly painful. It was. And they put you on all those IVs and they give you all that stuff IV through your IV. And I got horrible veins, so of course I had to have a PICC line. Well, it wasn't even a PICC line. They had, it was such an emergency when I went into the hospital, the emergency room, and they got my blood work back. They could not get an IV in me fast enough to get the stuff into me. So the doctor came in there and he literally put a central line into my neck in the emergency room, which is supposed to be done kind of under a more sterile procedure. I had no pain medicine, nothing. I mean, nothing. And he was like pushing, because it has to pop through cartilage, and I heard it pop when it went through. Oh my gosh, even thinking about that now, like I sweat, like where I was laying on the sheets, you could see an outline of sweat where I was sweating, where I was hurting so bad, where that he had to cut me, and give me lidocaine locally, but when it goes down in there, it's just horrible. And then he pushed the IV line in too far, and it was touching my heart, and my heart started doing weird wacky things and fluttering. It is scary, but I'm praying for you, Lone Star Queen, in the name of Jesus. Lord God, just help her with that lupus. Help her with that kidney nephritis. Lord, help her with that kidney, Lord, that it will function fully and properly and in order. Lord, we know that you're the God of miracles, and we don't understand why we have to go through this kind of stuff. But Lord, if you're teaching us things through it, we just ask that you show us what lessons we're supposed to learn. And we just ask you to help us just keep our faith in you strong and trusting in you, Lord, and just knowing that you have our good always in your heart, according to Romans 8:28 and so many other verses. The promises are yes and amen. And for everybody else on here that's going through stuff, that is called the things out, what they're going through, Lord, we just ask your Holy Spirit to go to them and heal them from the top of their head to the soles of their feet, from fingertip to fingertip on a cellular level. Go into their blood, into the DNA if you need to, and make changes. God, you're the God of the impossible. So there is nothing impossible with you. And we know that. And we're willing to take your healing, Lord, if you're willing to give it to us. And if, if you see that in your will, Lord, we just ask that your will be done. And, if it's not meant for us to be healed right now, Lord, that you let us, help us, get through it and be strong in you, Lord. And that when we're not strong enough, Lord, that you carry us through it, because sometimes that's all we can do. And help us understand to learn our bodies better, that when we need to rest, that we will not feel guilty, even though we have families, and that we will rest and not feel guilty about it, Lord, that we'll leave that with you. All the guilt and all the shame and all that stuff is left with you, Lord, at the floor, right there in the throne room. And I just thank you for all of us and for all of our healing, Lord, that's going to come, and for you to be with us through it while we're walking through the fire, Lord, that you're with us, just like in the furnace with Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, there was another in the fire. And Lord, that's how it is with us as we walk, each of us, through our different journeys and paths, Lord. It's not easy. And you promised us, you said this world is not easy. This road is not easy. He said, but his yoke is easy and his burden is light. And so, Lord, we just ask you to exchange, your yoke that's easy and your light yoke for our heavy burdens that we carry and our pain and all of the things that we're going through, Lord. All of us each, even people that are not going through physical pain, they're going through a lot of emotional pain and a lot of things right now that are, that have happened to them in their childhood. Lord, we just ask you to even go back in time, Lord, and just help heal that child. Lord, help heal that child, because you're outside of our concept of space and time. So we just ask you to go back to that little child and let us see that little child, that it didn't deserve the treatment that he or she got, and that you love us so much, and that you can heal that broken in us. You can heal that brokenness and that broken place in us, Lord, and the hole that is in us. You can fill that with your Holy Spirit, that we never have to go hunger. We never have to thirst again for you, Lord, and for your righteousness, even though we sin and we have to always ask for forgiveness, Lord. You're always there ready to forgive us, and so quick to forgive us and love us and just show us how much you love us. And we thank you for that. We know that you're with us, and we ask that anybody that's struggling with any kind of anxiety or any kind of suicidal thoughts or any kind of even addictions that, even if they're prescription, Lord, and they just don't want to be on it, Lord, we ask you to help that, Lord, to help us, help us fight the good fight, Lord, that we'll finish well, that we'll get home before dark, that we won't live so long that we get tired of this life and that we just would, give up, Lord, that we wouldn't do that. That you say that, that the good work you start in us, that you'll be faithful to complete it. We may fall off the path sometimes, but you're so fast to come get us and leave the 99 and pick us back up and bring us back up again. And you don't scold us, you rejoice with us, Lord. And I just thank you for that. And I thank you for well. Old devil. While I was praying, he just knocked me on down. I had my eyes closed and did not know that I was off. And I'm sitting here praying for everybody. But the Lord still heard the prayer. So it still went up. But I was praying for all of y'all. I don't know how much y'all heard of it, but the Lord knows. And I do believe that he answers prayers. And so, amen. I know. I looked up and it was just like something went wrong. That's what it said. And it said try again. There was a button underneath it. I was like, oh, okay. Okay, I get you. Uh-huh. I see you. I see you, devil. I see you. Don't want that prayer to get out, but that's okay because the Lord, he hears it. God hears those prayers and he didn't stop that. So we rebuke the prince of the power of the air, according to Ephesians 2:2. And what you try to stop will not prosper. Those fiery darts, they fall to the ground like chaff and blow away in the wind. And anybody trying to work any kind of thing against us, well, y'all know the rules on that. That comes back to you. It's like a boomerang. So be careful whenever you're messing with the anointed of the Most High. I'm just saying, we're his children. And how we are over our children is the same way. And he knows who's his. He knows. So be careful what you come against because you will get it back. It was just a minute or so it went down. Well, I hope y'all heard most of it. But like I said, either way, the Lord knows. What do y'all think about that situation with the girl that said she was kidnapped? And at first, I did think that was real. And I put it on my section, my Facebook thing. But now all this stuff is coming out like, uh-oh, she's not answering. Let me check, let me see. Let me text her and see. I hope she's okay. I'm worried about her because all this stuff, this is too much on people. People just don't know how to stop. They don't know. She did text me this morning, but not like her, normal. But I texted her yesterday and she waited till this morning to text me, I think. That was at 10:30. Let me see. Hold on. Who faked it all? Miss Chewy? And what oh yeah. The girl. She's not answering for me either. Or maybe she's just taking a nap, hopefully. I hope she's okay. I mean, I know she's okay, but I just don't like her. I don't want her to be sad or. Uh, Hey, Auntie Sherry. I was just calling to see if you're okay. We're online, on live. I am. I'm doing a live, and I got your text this morning, but I just wanted to check in with you, make sure you're okay. I hope you're resting and that everything is okay. Will you text me back and just let me know you're okay? That's all. I just want to know you're okay. A lot of us want to know you're okay. Okay. Love you. Talk to you soon. Bye. Okay. Well, hopefully she's okay and she's just napping. Um, and hopefully she'll get the message. Um, anyway, I texted her also and just told her I loved her. I think that hey God's girl. And let me see if anybody came in when I was doing that. Yeah, I think she faked it all too. How are you doing, God's girl? There was one thing about the Jonbenet thing, because that's what I had originally planned on talking about, but there's been so much going on that I mean, it's just like there's no, I mean, I couldn't get all that stuff ready because my mind has to mentally be there, you know what I'm saying, to go there. Um, but there are just so many things I do want to talk about it. I really do, because it's just crazy. When I show it to you, you're going to be like, oh my gosh, like, how did we not know this? Or why did this not come out? Or how did we not see this? You know, like his daughter, talking to her aunt, who had also been already talking about how Fleet White and his father had abused Jonbenet's aunt, which would have been John Ramsey's niece. Okay. And she said that Uncle Johnny also molested her. And she actually filed, you can look it up. It's online. You can look it up. And I was going to talk about that. That is very telling. And the sister, the older sister, half sister to Jonbenet, that got killed in the car wreck with her fiance, who she had also been talking about what happened to her when she was younger. He you know, it's just odd how that all worked. And then the older sister, the oldest sister of John and his first wife, her name starts with an M. I can't think of it right now. No, Elizabeth or Beth was the one that passed away 4 years before Jonbenet. But it's like after she started talking about what was happening to her, and it was also right after Christmas in the early January. And then the older sister said that one of their family members, I'm not sure who it was, but that he was playing chicken with her on the road around the time that all this stuff was coming out. Like he had threatened her not to say anything and had played chicken with her. Now, this is before Beth had passed away. In other words, to make her swerve to keep from hitting him. And it was like, I don't know if it was Ramsey's dad that did that, John Ramsey's dad. But she called him Uncle Johnny Ramsey, and that he was the one that played chicken. So I don't know if it was John Ramsey himself, or maybe, you know, his father, or, you know, somebody else in the family name, because, you know, families, well, their family, you know, how they have the same name over and over and over, like Jonbenet being named after Jonbenet Ramsey, and then Jonbenet Patricia Ramsey, which she was named Patricia after her mother, Patricia Ramsey, and then, you know, John Bennett, which is Jonbenet. So that's where they got that from. So, you know, then anyway, it's very deep. and it's really kind of sad and scary. And even Patsy, I don't think she was very clear on what was going on at first, and I think she realized it. And yeah, I think she went to that with her. I think she took that to her grave, knowing what she knew. You think Carly was upset and her attempt for attention got out of control before she knew it? I agree. I think she didn't know that it was going to go really big like that. Like, I don't think she thought that it was going to like do an Amber Alert or anything and go nationwide. And she's messed up now, though. Gosh, she's probably facing a lot of charges. And I kind of feel sorry for her because she has to be in a bad place mentally to do what she was doing, because she was going to nursing school. She had a job, and then she stole from her job that day. I mean, something had to happen. Something happened to that girl, to me, in my mind, to make her do this and like just out of the like it's just odd. Oh, good. Hey, hey, Auntie Sherry. Oh no, we're not running. We're glad you're here. I was calling you and texting you, and we all love you so much. Would you like to get you in a link, Aunt Sherry? Yeah, could be. That could be. You don't, if you don't feel like it, you do not have to get up here. But if you want to, I just want you to know you can. Because if you have anything you'd like to say, you deserve to be heard. So I was gonna give you the chance to say it. But if you don't want to, I'm not gonna force you to do anything, that you don't want to do if you don't want to come up here. Because I know. Okay. I know sometimes whenever I'm hurt or bothered, sometimes I'll just kind of take a break. You know what I mean? And that's why I didn't even know all this was even going on. Dang, I thought we were having a good time, and then the stupid thing dropped the link. My Wi-Fi was messed up. I sound like a robot before that, and it just went off like it did a minute ago, but I couldn't get back on, and my daughter came back in, and then yeah, I find out the next night that all heck had broke loose. I had no idea about none of that. You think was pregnant and was going to have a abortion. Oh yeah, could be. I wondered if maybe her boyfriend, if she got pregnant and her boyfriend already made her or wanted her to have one, maybe, but she didn't want to, possibly, and maybe he broke up with her or something, and maybe she was trying to get him back. I don't know. It's something. I do feel like some pregnancy has something to do with it, though. I do. I dropped your linky, Aunt Sherry. I'm ready for the last altar call. Oh Lord, you two probably cut Sailor for praying. Yeah, probably did. There she is. Well, we don't see you, but that's okay. We'll still pull you up here. We can hear you. You there? Well, I think she's gonna pop down and get back up again, because sometimes her camera isn't working and she has to get back up there. She'll do it. She'll get it worked out. Yeah, and I love her to come on Zigzag, and also she, if she wants to say something, she needs to be able to say it. Lady 7 Up. Oh yeah, I like Plunder. I watch her too. I hadn't watched her in the last couple of days. And she talked about it. The rumor is that she is pregnant. Oh, see? But I was feeling that. There she is. And with her face and all. Hey! Hey, beautiful lady.
Hey, my beautiful lady, also.
I'm so glad to see you smiling. I have been worried. I didn't know
You
about
know
none of
what?
that stuff.
Don't worry about all that stuff. Look, I love Kirby, and I know she loves me. There's no problem. We just had a little
Tiff.
skirmish, and it's not about really anything. It's just I said the wrong word, I apologized because in the South, I can call up my best friend and say, "What you
Yeah.
doing, bitch?"
Right. That's what I said earlier in the show. If you go back later and watch it, yeah.
But I guess where she lives, I've been to 31 countries.
It must
And
not be like that.
I guess they take it as really a serious slam.
It must be. Like, I mean, the only thing I get upset about is if somebody called me the "see you next Tuesday" word. That's the only word I get upset about.
Well, you know what? The first time I was called that word, I was 66 years old. I'd never been called that before.
Yeah, see, I hate that word.
I was astonished completely.
Yeah.
I said, "What?"
Now, see, if somebody called me that, I'd be
Get
going
out
fight.
of my room.
Yeah,
Why are you
exactly.
coming in my room calling me that? Get away from me. That's
But
the
me-
same person.
Right.
That's the same person that threw the Bible.
Oh, well, that makes sense now. We know why now.
But they quoted scripture all the time. I was like, "You guys are fakes. You need to go. You need to go find yourself somewhere and
somewhere else."
People hide behind God.
Oh, absolutely.
People
they do.
hide behind God.
And you know why? Because they're fruit.
They'll spout out the scripture, whatever.
But they got bad fruit.
And they'll turn around and just go, eh.
And jab you in the back.
That's exactly right.
Yep. And then
I've even had churches teach me that, treat me that way. Seriously.
Yeah, I know. You told me that. I'm thankful I never had that experience. I only went to 2 churches, basically.
I'm like the cigarette that I lit before, guys, in case you can tell me.
Well, that's good. That's the way to save money.
What I do. They count my beers, count my cigarettes, count everything. Why is that your problem?
Don't worry, Auntie Sherry. I don't count.
I am not your project.
Right. I don't count anything. I don't even count what I keep up with. We were just talking earlier about how all of us have mental brain fog and brain farts, and we can't remember what happened earlier.
I hope Lady 7-Up comes up, because she called me and I said, she told me that you were coming up, and I hope she comes up. And she said, earlier she said she sounds stupid on panel. I said, no, you don't. You sound like a well-informed person.
Oh, yeah, I love her. Well, she was in here because she called. And then I called her. Sweet. I mean, I called you too.
Okay, but she's a very sweet person. She is really. She and her husband are just wonderful. They are. I don't like anybody talking about people I know personally on the phone.
See, that's me.
Or in person.
Yeah, that's right.
Like Christine. I know Christine in person. And everybody wants to attack Christine. Attack me.
That's the way I was I got upset about that.
I can't handle that.
Yeah, that's what I got upset about.
My friends.
The night that, remember you and I were talking, and then the guy got up there and started playing the guitar, so we decided to get up there on Jinkies. Remember the night that all this happened? I got dropped down. Okay, well, listen. Okay, before that, I was just sitting in the den and I was watching TV, and Justin came on and I just cut it on, and because I've watched him for a long time. I really have never had a problem with him. But then he was doing that to Christine, but I was upset.
Justin has always been very respectful to me. Very. And I don't see any problem.
I don't know why.
But you know what?
I don't know why he has to come after Christine like that, though.
Me have to do it. I don't have to do what you think. Or think what you think.
But my thing is, I just wish he wouldn't go after Christine. And Christine actually called him and asked him not to do that. It hurt her feelings. And he still did it anyway. And he did it anyway.
I sent him a message and asked him to do the same. Please don't do Christine. She's very sensitive.
Yeah.
Please do me. Do anybody else you want to. But
right.
Christine is very sensitive.
And tenderhearted. Yeah.
Yeah, and I don't have that thick skin either. I'm not an alligator.
I know. I saw your face. Listen, I started crying last night when I saw your face right when you were apologizing. When you apologized about saying the B word to her, because you didn't realize you hurt her feelings. Yeah.
To Curvy, yes.
Yeah, because I didn't see it till last night.
This age without knowing how to apologize.
And it made me cry, though, because I could tell that you really were like, it hurt you and you didn't know that you hurt her like that. I could see it. And me and you were so much alike, and I felt your heart. I could feel it. you know, and
Yeah.
I started crying, tearing up. I did.
You're
And
an
then,
empath. You're an
uh,
empath.
and then I was like, you know, maybe God had me jump down for a reason, because I probably
You
would have went
feel
in.
other people's feelings.
I do. I
I know
do.
you do. I know what an empath is. I'm same with that.
I
The
know
same
you're the
thing.
same way. I know.
Look, I don't have anything against Curry. She is my friend. I really do love her. If we get into a little scrap here and there, it doesn't mean a thing. Really. I've been to 31 countries and I've met many people, and Curry thinks you're not anything special, Curry, really. But all the countries I've been to and all the people I've known, and been on trains with people, oh, no. I have been
Exactly.
everywhere. I bet I have been farther in Europe than you have,
31
Curry.
countries. That's a lot.
Western,
31 country.
yes,
Wow. And
it
you can,
is a
I mean,
lot.
that is
I
saying
have the
something.
receipts. I have the receipts, pictures.
Oh, I believe you. And listen, the thing is, I mean, that's a lot of education, because you go see something firsthand and travel there. That's way different than reading about it in a
That's
book
how you
somewhere.
learn. That's how you
Yeah,
learn about different cultures by going
right.
there.
By going there. That's right.
If you can afford it. This was in '92 and '93. 2 summers spent in Europe. The first one was in Western Europe. The second was in Eastern Europe. We went by what is it called now? It's by train, and you know I ordered the tickets. I planned the itinerary. I got the map of Europe, and I made every bit of time count.
See, that's awesome. And you went when you were able to go, thank God, because like now I can't do that now. I'm not able.
I
But I
had to
want
carry
to so
everything.
bad.
I carried everything on my back. I carried clothes that were made of parachute material. You could just rinse off and hang up and whatever
See,
and
yes.
wear.
I got a gypsy soul like that. I could have been with you. I could have went with you and done that. I would have done it in a minute.
No, we shouldn't have been together. One of us had gotten into trouble.
Maybe so when we were younger. We probably would have.
Yeah, we would. I think I was 36 and 37, something like that.
Uh-huh. Well, so that I'd been in my 20s, so we'd been just right.
Yeah, I was carrying a backpack, and all you carry is I carried a medical kit, clothes that I could wash and wear. I met people. We stayed with a guy for 3 days in San Sebastian. He
Oh,
was wonderful. He was wonderful. He and I would sit outside and do
Lady
the
7 Up
thing.
just said, I don't want to be an idiot like Sherry, LOL. Lady Oh gosh. Oh. Now, y'all, that is banter. We're just
She
gonna
is.
put that out there.
Yeah, we just call each other names like
And that's what I
stupid,
thought was going on. You know, see, when I
idiot.
realized with you and Scurvy, I thought that was going
With
on
me.
because we were joking about that.
I really wasn't being serious with
I
her,
know.
but she
I
took it
thought y'all were
very
just
seriously.
joking,
She
from
took it
earlier.
very. She took it
Yeah,
very seriously. I told her 100 times
obviously.
before I even said that. I loved her.
I know. That's why I was so
What?
confused. I was so confused. I had no clue that all hell broke
Well,
loose when
in
I
the
dropped
end,
off.
I will say it again. I love Kirby. Okay.
Yes, I know you do. I know you do. You love everybody, Miss Sherry, even the people that are hateful. You
Well,
know,
that's what God told us to do,
that's
Sarah.
right. I know it is. And that's why I'm saying that out loud in front of everybody, because we've talked about it, you and I have, and we
Yeah,
both say
we've
that.
talked about many things.
Yes. And we love people even when they don't deserve it. We love them and we pray for them anyway.
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly. But
Right.
I love Kirby. I really do.
Yeah.
I'm
Maybe we
sorry.
need to
I'm
see.
sorry that happened. I apologize. Like I don't know
Yeah,
how
I
many
know. I
times.
know you were sorry. I mean, everybody saw that was heartfelt. They could see it in you. They knew that. And
I'm
she
not
should
that
have
kind of
took that
person.
and she should
I'm
have
not
took the
that kind of
apology.
person. If I knew that would have been a disruptive word. Can you
Right.
hear me?
Yeah, I can hear
If
you.
I had known it would have been a disruptive word, I would never have used that. But in the South, We call each other up on the phone saying, "What you doing, bitch?"
That's what I said
We
last
do.
night when I was talking about
That's
this
what
and
we
found
do.
out.
We
I was like,
just
me and
do
my
this.
girlfriends call up and
It's
go,
like
hey,
it's kidding around. We
yeah,
kid around.
right. And calling each
Know.
other, look, ho, you better get on over there and
No,
mind your business.
we don't do that. No, we don't
I
do
was
that.
like, oh, we do. Me and my best friend.
Not me.
You better get
I
on over
mean,
there.
excuse me, not I.
Not I. Not
Not
I.
I.
Not I.
Not I.
But
That is correct to say not I instead of not me. But anyway.
I used to tell my kids all the time, I'd say, hocus pocus, please don't poke us in the eye. I used to say that all the time to the kids. When you said not I, it made me think back on that. You just say little sayings to kids, because you do like the Three Stooges and do the hand up in the middle.
I've been with a little boy all day about to go into first grade, and he is very active. He's not out of control because when I tell him to look, I tell him to look at me in the eyes, and he listens. He does listen. He loves Lola. He used to love carrying her around, but Lola doesn't like it. So,
my grandson's been here for the last 2 days. He's 10.
I'm not even in any relation to this child, but I would adopt him in a heartbeat.
Well, that's okay. You could be a spiritual grandmama.
I am. I read a book to him. We talked about the book. He would see things in the picture I didn't. And I was like, great, Teddy, that's great for you. You pointing that out. We're having a great time. And I asked him before he left, I said, do you remember what page we're on? And he said 19. And yes, that's the page we're on. Seriously. I teach. Even when I'm not teaching, I teach.
Well, when you have kids like that, and that's what you are, and that's what you love to do.
He crawls up in the bed next to me, and he wants to read. He said, I can't read, you know it. I said, okay, I will wait for you to read. He said, I don't have to. I said, well, sometime you're going to have to read. You won't get a driver's license. And you're not going
I won't get a driver's license. That's a good one. You want to drive one day? You better listen.
That's right. You better learn to read, son.
That's right. They'll fail you in a minute. Lickety split.
No, lickety split. I love that phrase, don't you?
Yeah. Oh, God.
In the South, when we say we're going to do something, lickety split means right now.
Right. Exactly. Chop, chop.
Chop, chop.
That's
Teddy.
right.
Chop, chop.
People are looking at us like, what are they laughing about?
He came in here with a ping pong paddle because I have a chest full of toys in a cabinet, and they every kid knows where to go in Auntie Sherry's. Well, he got the paddle ball, and he broke the paddle ball. So he brings me this little yellow ball, and the paddle ball is not even yellow, it's red. And then he tries to tell me it broke off the paddle ball. I said, look, son, I'm going to show you something. This did not come off the paddle ball. You go back and get the red ball it came off of. Now, go get it. And then I made him look me in the eyes and tell me that, I just told him, you don't try to trick me. Don't try to trick me.
Yeah, you got to let them know right up front who's in charge, and then everything's okay. Yeah. You establish a boundaries, and you don't got no trouble. That's right.
They're not my children, but I let them know.
Well, if I'm keeping
I'm very kind. I'm very kind and very sweet. Very kind and very sweet to all children. They're just precious.
Me too.
But you can't let them take over the world.
No. You got to set boundaries. Yeah.
He said, I'm smarter than you are. I said, I don't doubt that. I don't doubt it. You're going to college, son, and you're going to be doing something.
That's right. That's right. Tell them when they're little, or tell them when they're young, and feed into them, and then when they grow up, they'll live up to what you expect out of them. If you call them bad
Exactly.
things and say negative things,
Exactly.
they'll live up to that.
Erica sat back and let me handle the whole situation because she knew I've been a teacher. And
Yep.
even when I had student teachers, I got bored because I couldn't go in my classroom. They didn't sit behind a desk in the back of the room. When they came in to student teach, I said, this is your desk. This is your authority, and you are in charge, okay? You're not going to sit over here and observe me for 2 weeks. I'm walking out the door. And I did.
Oh.
And they learned. I'm not telling you I didn't peep in the windows all the time. I did.
Yeah.
I wanted to know they were okay. And all of the ones I probably had about 12 to 15 student teachers. I even had them send me people from another school before they got fired to see how to handle children.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Classroom, what is it called? Classroom, starts with M. Stop manipulation. Management. Classroom management, yes. Yes.
Like, I never was accredited teacher or anything, but I did do when my older children were in school, because I wanted to be there, because at that time I didn't have the homeschooling thing really down yet. And so I did.
I don't blame you. I don't blame you for
substituted.
homeschooling your kids at all.
Yeah.
I've never had a problem with that.
Well, I substituted while the older ones were in there to make sure I was there every day, because they called me every day, because, there was always a teacher out with something. So I was a sub every day. And then one of the teachers ended up getting walking pneumonia, and she was out for the whole 9 weeks. And they just let me take over her class. No.
You kidding me? I was doing my student teaching, and the teacher got pneumonia, and she was out the rest of the year. And it was in the fall of the year, because I graduated December 6th. December 6th, 1976. Started actual college, not night classes, in 1974. So I finished college in 2 years with a 4-year degree.
Wow.
Yes, I did. Yes, I did.
Go, Auntie Sherry. Wow.
Let me tell you something.
You wasn't playing around.
I love kids. I do. I love them. I will do anything for kids. Look, they're so precious. They think different thoughts than we do, and I appreciate their thoughts.
Tammy said, Sherry, can I send you my granddaughter to tutor in math, 5th grader?
Yes.
New math is kicking my rear.
Yep, I will show her the shortest way to do things with it.
She homeschools her granddaughter.
Division, multiplication. I will show them the shortest way to go about it. They wanted me to teach algebra in the 5th grade. I said no. I said no, I will not. I went to the board and I showed my children what algebra was. It's just an equation.
Right.
That's all it is. And they didn't have to play with all these little pawns and stuff, put them here and here to balance them out. That was a waste of instructional time. Yeah, you're still an idiot. You're stupid. You're stupid.
I'm putting them up there so you can see them.
Lady 7-Up, you're stupid. Don't forget it.
Oh, my gosh. That is so funny.
Sayla, what are you, moron? I thought I was moron.
I'm dumb.
No, you're not. We all changed names.
Dingy. I think that's what they really used to call me, Dingy.
Ding, ding, ding.
Dingy. Like Airhead.
Yeah, you're a dingy, all right. Be sure.
Especially these days, dinginess is taking over.
Be sure you bring your husband when you come to visit me.
Oh, I will.
He'll keep us from being arrested.
Well, yeah, and he'll also go get us whatever we need.
You won't be.
He's a good man, I tell you, he really is.
Request.
He's a fantastic man. He just came in a minute ago and
I know he is.
Made me and my grandson a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. He came from work and stopped by and did that. Now, is that not a good man of God? I'm serious.
Yes,
I
I
could not
wish I could
ask.
find. I wish I.
Oh, wait a minute.
He's precious. I talk to him a lot.
Yeah.
I don't care if I still am an idiot. What are you, Lady 7 Up?
But listen, this is what she followed up with.
You're stupid. But you know what? We can't cure stupid.
She said, but I love you.
I know she does. I know she does. We're very close. Actually, we're very close.
Oh, I know. I know that.
We are. We are very close.
And you know what? There
I'm
are
close
good
to
and bad. There's
Deborah
good and
Ann. I'm
bad.
close to you. I'm close to several people that call me.
And Christine.
And I'm close to them. I'm not going to know. Christine doesn't have my number. I've never talked to Christine on
Really?
the phone.
Oh, I love
Really?
Christine. I've never talked to her on the phone either.
But look what y'all gonna look like when you get old.
You got some daggum good legs and thighs. I saw them. You got nice legs, lady. You do.
Oh, yeah. I've always had good legs.
Yeah. That was your tennis legs. You got tennis legs.
Yeah, and I have the broad shoulders to go with it because I played tennis all my life until I was injured. I played tennis probably every day or several
Tennis
times
anyone?
a day.
Tennis
Tennessee, you want to play Tennessee with me?
Tennessee anyone? Yeah.
Hey, look, we're not good together. We just feed off each other.
We're fantastic together.
No.
We are.
Trouble. We feed off each other.
That's a good thing.
Each other.
That's a good thing. My husband, he was laughing. He was like, he said, well, the only thing y'all gonna do is sit up there and smoke the whole time.
And laugh. Why don't you join us sometimes?
I know.
Really,
he needs to calm down.
Do?
I wish he would take a puff or two. Nothing.
I wish somebody explained to me what's wrong with pot.
He thinks there's nothing wrong with it.
What's wrong with pot for 47 years.
He really doesn't think there's anything wrong with it. He thinks it's fantastic for me. He does. He said, I can't hardly afford it for you. How am I going to get it?
Yeah, that's the only way you get sex.
You're right. No, I'm kidding. But he knows it hurts my pain.
No, you're not kidding.
Well, no, because you can't do that if you're hurting all the time. So he has to make sure that I'm out of pain. He'll go get a bottle of Moscato. Bring me home a little bit of green.
And then it begins. It's a whole night. It's a whole night. The whole night full. Fun and fun. Fun and fun.
Oh, listen. Auntie Sherry, listen to what I did. I bought this beautiful, nice, sexy, well, it's a crotchless negligee thing, hot pink, right? And I said, well, listen, when you take me out of town next time, I'll wear it for you. So he takes me to the beach.
What did he say? I'm driving 5 miles.
No,
I'm driving 5 miles down the road with me.
He said the beach trip is coming very soon.
Whoa. I got one hell of a hubby there, let me tell you.
Well, you know what? We hadn't taken a honeymoon not a honeymoon. We hadn't taken an anniversary trip or nothing for like the last 18 years since our little girl was born, because we don't just leave our child with anybody. And my mom was passed away and I didn't trust anybody else. So guess what? If we went out of town, she went with us, and we really haven't gotten to.
No sex.
Well, yes, in the bedroom with behind closed doors, but you know what I'm saying. You can't cut free like in a hotel room. Dang. Somebody else cleans up that mess.
Well, I have no comment for that. I'm smarter than that.
Miss Christine, you want to
Look, everybody's 4:02 Eastern Standard Time, and I opened a beer. What are you going to do to me?
It's almost 4:20.
It's 4. No, it's not.
It's almost
4:02.
Get ready, because it's
Don't
almost
worry,
420.
I am ready. I am always locked and loaded.
I'm locking and loading now.
Well, okay. I'll be like you. We'll hide ourselves.
That's right. Just while we lock and load. See, it's not rocket science.
People say puff puff pass. I say hell no. Puff
Puff,
pass
puff, puff.
Bogart.
Right, puff, puff, puff.
No, puff puff Bogart.
Oh yeah. Is that a golf term? Or is that a bogey?
What?
A bogey and a bogey a golf term?
Look, you know I don't know anything about drugs.
No, golf.
Marijuana.
Golf.
Galston? Yeah, he's
golf.
still looking at me.
No, golf.
Golf.
I thought
Do I play golf?
No, I thought
Yes,
a bogey was a
used
golf
to play
term.
golf. Yes, I
Yeah.
did.
Is a bogey?
If I played with a man, I teed off on his tee because I didn't want to use a women's tee. I said this should be an equal game, and hell, sometimes I'd beat them, and they're looking at me like I'm crazy. I said, well, at least I didn't hit anybody in the head
or hack it up like me. I hacked the golf cart. I hacked the golf place up. There's Miss Christine.
Oh Lord,
hey.
There's Christine.
How are you doing?
Christine, please don't fuss at me, baby. I'm being a good girl.
I'm not going to fuss at you. What'd you do for me to fuss at you?
Nothing. You are so precious to me. If anybody ever, I don't care if the whole world knows it. If anybody ever goes against my Christine, you better come up against Sherry. I'll protect her.
And Sailor.
My skin is thin. My skin is thin too, but it's thick enough since I've aged to take care of people. Amen.
Ooh.
Praise the Lord. Hallelujah.
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 Look, Auntie Sherry, look what I got.
Oh, what?
Oh,
you got voluminous
is that red?
eyelash.
I'm going to try it on. It was a gift.
Oh, really?
Let's see. Yep. Let's see.
Oh, my gosh. Christine, are you going to try to outdo me? Well, you're going to
I don't know.
You're going to be the next hoe. You're going to be the next hoe on the channel.
I'm already a hoe.
Look at those pretty lips.
I know.
I'm a full hoe.
Her husband adores her. He adores her. Wouldn't you adore her?
Yes.
That's because I'm already a hoe.
That's right. Look, a man loves a lady on the street, but a freak in the bed.
Now, Sailor, you're getting a little bit out of control here.
Well,
she's the wild child. We always
the only one.
We thought Sherry was the wildest woman on YouTube.
Yep.
I give her a run.
That's right. Sailor giving her a run for her money.
I have donated that channel to Sailor.
Ooh,
I'm no longer the wildest. Ooh, Christine, you look sexy. Don't go home like that.
What do you think?
Don't go home
like
that. Your husband will knock you in the floor and
that's why she's wearing it. She's like that.
Does it look all right? It's not too red, is it?
Yeah.
No, it's beautiful.
Christine.
What?
Let's get with it, baby. Come on.
Let's get it on.
It's your birthday. It's your birthday.
We're going to party like it's your birthday.
Like it's your birthday. So, yes or no?
I think yes.
Yes?
I say yes.
Not too red?
Not too red.
No. Pinkish red.
It kind of doesn't even look like there's anything on.
It looks kind of a pinkish, more of a pinkish red.
It's a pinkish red.
Yeah.
Okay.
I like it a lot.
Yeah.
I like it.
It looks like it's already the color that it always is normally.
Trying to outdo me.
You do already have pretty colored lips anyway, so
I don't like wearing lipstick, but this looks normal. Like a normal. What'd you say, Auntie Sherry? These look like normal lips to me. Like the color.
Yeah, I like it.
What are you doing?
I'm caller number 9. Hey, Christine, I think the lipstick looks great. Keep it on, baby. Keep it on.
That's right.
Keep it on. Let's get it on.
That's what I was
Caller
singing
number
earlier.
10.
Let's get it
Caller
on.
number 11. Caller number
Caller.
11.
Who's caller number 11?
Miss Christine, she looks better than Aunt Sherry.
No.
Thank you, caller 11.
No.
She's
That's
not
not
as
true.
old as I am.
I'm old though.
Said it looks good, Christine.
You ain't that old.
Yay. So this color is a keeper then.
It is a keeper for sure.
Okay.
And I was a professional makeup artist for 30 years.
Yeah.
So
Look,
I
don't wear any makeup, Christine, except lipstick. I don't have to.
Same here. Lipstick and mascara for me though. I do have to wear mascara.
Oh, somebody's getting pulled over. The popo just pulled somebody over.
Uh-oh. Glad it ain't you.
You ain't even kidding.
They better go.
I hate the popo to get behind me. Whether I'm in trouble or not, I don't like
it. Let me go.
They say that woman has the prettiest lipstick I've ever seen. Let's just give her a warning.
All you got to do is cry a little tiny bit of tears and they'll let you go every time.
Let's just give that woman a warning. She's wearing red lipstick.
I do get a lot of warnings, knock on wood.
Thank God. Look, it helps to be attractive. It really does. It doesn't hurt a thing.
I wonder who he's pulling over. Look, I'm going to turn it over here. You guys look.
Hopefully it's not an ugly person.
Daisy?
They won't get out of it.
Was Daisy being pulled over?
No. You see it?
No.
Can you see?
We can't see the lights. I think I see.
I see.
I got bad eyes. I need some glasses.
I wonder.
The shit, but I can see.
We need to get you some hearing aids. No, I need glasses. I don't know. I don't know if they've got a shoplifter pulled over.
Oh, that could be. Is it at Walmart?
No, it's Home Goods and TJ Maxx.
Oh, Home Goods.
Oh, yeah. That's shoplifting. I know it.
Well, we found out that there's a fencing operation going on over there through Prayer Garden.
There's a what?
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 I found out.
Who is Prayer Garden? I never heard of her.
I found out.
I haven't either.
I've heard over at Nellie's. She was talking about how you don't take and steal things and take them back because there's a serial code on them. And I was like, who would think that unless you're a criminal? And then she was like, everybody knows you should take it to the flea market and sell it. I'm like, she's got a whole dang fencing operation going on.
First off, who steals anything?
I think I shall die right now.
She was speaking of Don and Candace.
Oh my gosh.
I was like, no, wait a minute. How do you know about the serial numbers, Nellie? How do you know about that?
I would have never even thought of that because I don't steal things.
That's what I'm saying. I don't have a thief's mind, so I would have never thought of that.
He'd buy all this stuff and then use it like a camera or a tent. He'd make his little son go back and return it.
What?
No.
Who?
That's terrible.
I knew it. I know about it.
Who? Who did that?
You wouldn't know them.
They
live way far away. But that's what he did to the young child. I think that's abuse of some sort. Make him go in there.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Return a camera being used.
No, you don't show children things like that. No.
Oh my gosh. You want to return your own stuff, you go out there and do it yourself.
That's right.
You don't use your child to do it.
That's like
Christine, I love your lipstick.
Smuggle stuff.
Now we are definitely competitive.
Oh yeah.
We're sisters now. We're lipstick sisters.
Let me tell you something.
First
time I met Christine in person, we were lipstick sisters then. I'm telling you, we just clicked like a key in a lock. I loved her immediately. I loved her immediately, and she loved me back.
That's right.
I have the receipts to prove it.
She's been Auntie Sherry for years.
Oh yeah.
Years and years.
Right.
And I know I'm just an old latecomer, but I still love y'all. And I'm telling you right now, I will take up every time. I'm a ride or die kind of chick. You know what I'm saying? Like, I got your back, and I will not play.
I know.
Chop, chop.
I'm just a little more subtle.
Chop, chop. Play.
Yeah, I'm not very. I'm kind of.
I'm a little subtler.
I'll call it out.
Not me. I'll just be like, I'll try to think of some way nice to say it, just so it doesn't hurt anybody's feelings.
Well, I can't help it. At that point, I'll just move on.
Good luck with that.
I know.
That. That's very hard to pick. In the South, we call each other bitch. I mean, I call up my sister and say, "What are you doing, bitch?" And nobody thinks anything about it, but it does in another country, obviously. So
Daisy and Jinkies call each other bees, and they're just kidding.
We all do that to our friends. Yeah, we all do that.
We do it to our friends because we really don't mean it.
That's right.
Exactly.
Hey, I told you I'm a hoe.
I apologize.
I say I'm a hoe.
I apologize in front of the whole world. Christine,
Auntie Sherry, it broke my heart too. It broke my heart. It broke my heart that you were really you could tell that you were so sincere, and it broke my heart that your apology wasn't being accepted. I'm like, good night, you guys. I gotta go to bed. I'm like crying.
See, I didn't
because I didn't want y'all fighting.
Christine and I are empaths, and so is Selah. Whatever feelings that are going on at the time, we take them into our heart as if they were ours.
Right.
That's right.
That's what we do. We feel other people's feelings.
Yep.
And sometimes it's
That's a gift.
Yeah. It's a gift and a curse. It's like a curse and a gift at the same time.
That's a gift from God.
It is a gift
from God. And we should never ignore it.
That's true.
It gets you hurt a lot, that's for sure.
It does. It makes your heart hurt because,
Look at these old wrinkled arms and have people call you names. What do I do?
Auntie Sherry. Hey, but at least you got the moves like Jagger.
I got something.
I pulled a stitch. I pulled a stitch. It's not dissolving. It's sticking straight out.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Auntie Sherry.
What?
That's just from Nancy. I see him soon, so I'm not worried about it. I'll tell him what I did. And he'll say, we should have been there.
So, Auntie Sherry. Auntie Sherry. What do you think about Buddy? Uncle Buddy.
Yeah.
I want to tie him to the chair and cut his hair.
No.
Call me Delilah.
I
want to cut Samson's hair. But first, I want to tie him to the chair. And then from his lips, I'm going to draw his hallelujah.
You are so funny. You put some red lipstick on him.
I'll make you wear red lipstick. He's not. If he doesn't wear red lipstick, he doesn't need to kiss me.
We're going to have a little treat. Listen, we're going to have a little treat just for the fun of it. Just really quick. Let's watch this about country.
Don't you stop that. Apple and dumpling. Watch how we send it in.
I'm Laura.
You have it your way every single day, Nellie.
That's what I said. I'm half
today, I want to play Uncle John. Bring around the rosy. Uncle John. You want to fight? I'll fight. You want to play? We're playing Uncle John.
That's me.
Play it again, Sam. That sounds just like Sherry Wicks.
Stop that. Apple and dumpling. Watch how we send it in. Stop. You have it your way every single day, Nellie. Well, today I want to play Uncle John. Bring around the rosy. Uncle John. You want to fight? I'll fight. You want to play? We're playing Uncle John.
No,
ooh, go girl.
Y'all hear that? Now look, I'm like half pint, okay? Nellie comes at you, I'll give you some chances. You keep on coming, we're playing Uncle John, damn it.
In other words, we're not taking any more BS.
Right.
We're not taking it no more.
We're
not gonna take it. We're not gonna take it anymore.
Take it
anymore.
No.
Like, no, we're gonna play Uncle John.
We're gonna play Uncle John. You get it? We're tired of listening to your lip, Nellie, and everybody else.
We're not gonna take it.
My husband's the one that came up with that, though. He was like, you know what? Rare God reminds me of the country girls when Nellie comes in and goes, "You country girls," and like pushes them down.
Oh my gosh!
You wear rags for clothes.
Yeah, country girls.
Oh my gosh!
He goes, "You ought to make one out of that." I was like, "You're encouraging me with bad behavior. Don't do that."
I love Little House on the Prairie and the Waltons. The Waltons is probably my favorite series.
Are they searching them?
I don't know. They're letting them go. They're letting them go.
Are you
Oh, yeah.
Super Sleuth?
Thank goodness they let them go.
I'm nosy. I'm nosy. That should be my new name.
Super Sleuth. You have a t-shirt.
My new name should be Nosy Rosie. Nosy Rosie. That should be my new name. Nosy Rosie.
We'll start calling you Nosy Rosie.
Nosy Rosie.
I'll have to go back to Very Sherry then.
Very, 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 very Sherry. Oh, they let them go. They let them go.
Well, as long as they're not a child offender, then I'm glad they let them go.
They did. They let them go. They even shook hands with them.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
It wasn't anything important.
No. There was 2 cops, though. There were 2.
But we're all good.
Oh, yeah.
Are you, Christina, are you good with it? I am.
She's finally satisfied they let him go.
Yeah, I'm satisfied with them letting them go.
Yeah, you are a little nut. You are a little nut. You are a crazy woman.
Just a little squirrel trying to get a nut.
Snow, I had
Just a little squirrel.
Has anybody taught it Jinkies to see if she's okay?
I have.
I know when
Good.
fall comes. I know when fall comes because a lot of people go missing in my neighborhood because the squirrels are gathering nuts.
We have to go dig them out of the trees.
Oh my gosh! If the squirrels are all looking for nuts, I'm locking myself inside.
It's just a little squirrel trying to get a nut.
Move your butt to that floor. Everybody over here. Everybody over there.
They had generations of squirrels in my attic, but I had some guys coming. They sealed that all the way around with 2 times the metal because I asked. They can chew through the gutters. They've done that before.
You doggone right. I had in my attic before, and they are scary.
You know what?
It's
scary. They're rats with tails. That's all they are. Rats with
They're cute
tails.
though.
Listen,
my son had
I can take a squirrel. I cannot take a bat. Oh my God!
No. Squirrel.
Those wings on a bat, the way they look with the veins, and you can see them.
You don't know which direction they're going to come from or nothing. At least the squirrels you can see.
And they'll fly.
They're like, you be like ducking and bobbing and weaving.
They'll dive down.
I know.
At night. That's the truth.
Auntie Sherry.
Daisy sleeps during the day and flies at night.
Yeah, but
shoot, she turns into a rooster.
Oh God, don't let her when she gets that thing
when the rooster comes out, everybody take cover.
Wild.
I was about to die laughing when she was up there pecking. She was pecking them eyes.
She goes completely wild. And I know
when the rooster comes out, everybody take cover.
Oh, Miss
There's
Sherry,
nothing. There's nothing I can do to help it.
Surprised. You guys would be surprised how many of these people I know personally.
Oh my gosh!
I know you know.
when I saw Daisy jump up there, she
I've gotten to where I call her Daze. Daze, D-A-Z.
Daze.
I'm like, Dave's blood pressure got up, and I know what happens when your blood pressure goes up because you just lose it, and you're just like, I'm going in for the kill.
She's going in. They set her up for the kill.
I'm going in for the kill. I'm
It's
like,
old Rooster.
Please, Miss Daisy. I even sent her a text and say, please don't. And she just goes anyway because she is Benny the bull.
I'm telling you, once
she is not a Hereford cow. She is Benny the bull.
Once she turns into that rooster, that is it. There is nothing you can say, nothing you can do. You can't stop it. You can't get in front of her. You can't pull her phone from her. There is no stopping her. You just gotta let her go. You just gotta let her do it. There's nothing you can do about it.
I know this.
Nothing you can do about it. It just let it happen. Just surrender to the happening.
I do.
Just happen.
When I see that rooster come on, I am really aware.
I go and take cover.
I'm on heightened alert.
I'm under the table, peeking out up from underneath it. Like, is it clear yet? Because I already know what a coming. I know what a coming.
She's a rooster, but you're a chicken.
I am a chicken.
I am too. I'm a damn chicken.
This is what
I have no problem saying it.
This is what Chewy was trying to do. This is what she was trying. She was trying it.
Who's trying?
Chewy. Poor Chewy. God love her heart. She tries.
Chewy, let me tell you something about Chewy. We love Chewy. We love Chewy with all our heart. But let me tell you something. She's not called Chewy for nothing.
Do y'all know what song this is?
You're a cowboy? I'm a cowboy. No.
Snuff the Rooster.
Oh, no, not the Rooster.
What is it?
The Rooster song by Ryan Upchurch.
Oh, I love his song.
It's an old Alice in Chains song that he redid.
I'm sorry, but I read what I saw. Okay, it's a remix. Redo.
Ain't found a way to kill me yet.
This is what Miss Daisy's saying.
Eyes burn with stinging sweat.
That's her getting mad.
That's right.
Seems every path leads me to nowhere.
I love Ryan Upchurch's voice.
Wife and kids, house all packed.
Christine, you're killing me.
Was no safe bet.
No safe bet, Harvey.
The bullet screamed at me from somewhere.
This is perfect.
Yeah, they come to snuff the rooster.
Oh,
yeah.
But it ain't gonna happen.
Oh no.
Yeah, here comes the rooster. Yeah. You know he ain't gonna die.
I think he wrote this song for Daisy.
Huh?
I think he wrote this song for Daisy.
He did.
You know he ain't gonna die.
Ain't gonna die. No.
Well, yes, he did. A raccoon got it. I thought it was STDs, but it was some food.
This needs to be Daisy's theme song. It does.
Did you know that?
I'm so evil.
I'll turn it down. Take it off.
Auntie Sherry, you ain't evil.
Spell backwards.
No.
spell backwards?
Love.
It's live.
Live.
Live. Come on, get with it.
Yeah, they come to stop the rooster. Oh, yeah.
But she ain't gonna die.
Yeah,
She ain't gonna die.
rooster.
No.
Oh, yeah.
It should have been, here comes the rooster.
You know he ain't gonna die. No, no, no. You know he ain't gonna die.
Karina, listen to this advice.
Walking tall, machine gun man. They spit on me in my homeland.
I'm a spitter too.
Gloria, send me pictures of my
That's because you're a hoe.
Got my pills, it's mosquito death. My buddy's breathing his dying breath.
My buddy. You're hearing my buddy.
Oh God, please, won't you help me make it through? Ooh. Yeah, they come to stop the rooster. Oh yeah!
Just try it. It ain't gonna work.
Yeah, here come the rooster. Oh yeah! You know he ain't gonna die.
He did though.
No.
He died.
No, no, no. You
No
know
problem,
he
Daisy.
ain't gonna
A
die.
raccoon.
Call her. Tell her to come up here.
A raccoon.
You know,
Daisy.
not only is she, when she turns into the rooster, she also has Goosandra and her geese following too. You don't just get, you just don't get the rooster. You get Goosandra. You get the rest of us.
Who Sandra is? That's the meanest hell goose I've ever seen.
And Goosandra is not a
Go
girl.
to the farm. I don't want to go to the farm because Sandra.
Goosandra is a boy. Did you know?
Crap out of me.
Goosandra is a boy. Goosandra's not even a girl.
Yes,
When I was watching that last night about when I was
Thank
watching
you for
Daisy,
clarifying that.
when I was watching Daisy go after Kirby, I was thinking the song the whole time.
Oh my gosh. I did not know. I was brushing my teeth.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, I was like, I heard Daisy come up there. I was like, uh-oh, what's happening? And I stopped. I have my toothbrush in my hand and toothpaste in my mouth, and I'm sitting here. I'm like, she's apologizing to Top Dog, and I was like, uh-oh, what's about to happen? And now all of a sudden, well, boom. Oh my gosh.
Here comes the rooster.
I'm like, what do I do? How do I stop this? What? I can't. It's too late. I couldn't stop it.
There's nothing I can do.
No, it was too late. She didn't even tell me she was going to say anything. She just did it. I was like, oh my God, I can't even. It's too late. It's just too late. I just have to just let it go. I just have to.
Oh my gosh. I mean,
you know why, Auntie Sherry? You know why she did that? Because she loves you. She loves you, and she don't want nobody treating you bad.
Yep, that's right. I know.
Why are you whispering?
Shut up, Sailor.
She said, shut up, Sailor. Oh, she's putting her red lipstick on. Woo! Put your lipstick on, Sailor. We'll be the red lipstick sisters.
My cleavage
the house with the red lipstick.
Mine is pink, not red. If I put the red lipstick on, that's when I'm going to go, wow.
Buddy better watch. Uncle Buddy better watch out.
I'm being mild. It's like 4:30. I'm being mild.
Yeah, what you
later,
think about
yes,
Uncle
we
Buddy?
know.
Wild. I'll get wild later.
Right.
I know you will.
It's still daylight outside. It's still daylight.
It's 5 o'clock somewhere.
Sailor's coming down to see me and bringing her little husband with her. He's not little. But anyway, yeah, they're coming to see me, and we're going to have a heck of a lot of fun.
Aww. Well, Ronald said he was going to take us to Florida. I'm waiting for the ticket.
Oh, bull crap. Are you kidding me? Really?
He said so, yeah. Ronald said he was. Yeah. He said he was going to take us to Florida, and he's got $1 million mansion.
Right. He's got 15 aliases.
That's what I know. Tammy. Daisy is a fighting cock.
I have every one of them recorded. Every one of them. Every time he comes up with a different name, I write it. I've got it in a notebook right next to me.
Ooh, Auntie Sherry's got you, Uncle or Ronald. I was gonna say Uncle Ronald.
Uncle Ronald. Ronald McDonald.
Uncle Ronald my ass.
Ronald Trump.
Yeah,
Ronald Trump.
Ronald Trump.
Is mean. He's mean when he does it. You know what? He's mean when he doesn't even have to be.
That's a good one, Sailor. Ronald Grump.
Yeah, Ronald is mean when he doesn't
Auntie Sherry. You didn't hear me? I called him Ronald Grump.
What?
Ronald Grump.
Grump or drunk?
Ronald Grump.
Grump.
Like grumpy.
Not drunk.
G-R.
Okay.
No.
But as long as you don't call me drunk, because I don't drink that much.
No, I'm talking about.
Which we've all seen.
No, Auntie Sherry. We're talking about Ronald. And so she said Ronald Trump. I said Ronald Grump. He's grumpy.
Oh, he wishes. He wishes he had that.
You know what happens? You know what happens to you, Auntie Sherry?
Stay with your Trumpy bear. You're going to get arrested too.
Trumpy bear. Oh, God, kill me.
At night, you drink some beers and it makes your clothes fall off.
No, it does not. That's tequila. It's tequila that makes your clothes fall off.
Tequila
my sister drinks tequila. I drink
tequila. Makes me swim with sharks. I'm staying the heck away from it.
Ask Cheeky Sis or Christine. Ask them how many beers I drink on a live. Maybe 2.
Maybe 2. Maybe 2. If that. Maybe mostly just 1.
Yeah, I'm tired of people calling me a drunk.
I thought most of the time you nurse on the
I don't blame you.
I do nurse my beers. I do. Yeah. I'm a sipper.
I'm a sipper too.
The last time I had tequila, I was probably 20-something years old. And let me tell you what, that was the absolute last time I ever had tequila. That was horrible.
It is horrible.
I swear to I had about 2 shots of tequila, and I swear to you, I could not stop throwing up, and I had to go to the hospital, and they took my blood to see what my blood thing was, and the guy goes, "You're not even hardly over the limit."
You're a lightweight.
You know what? I'm 67
I could not stop throwing up. I couldn't help it.
I've never had a DUI. I've never had a DUI in my life.
Me neither.
Me either.
That should tell you something.
Me either. I've never had a DUI either.
I'm
52.
I'm 15 years younger than you, and I haven't either.
Drink liquor.
I'm 52. How many years younger am I than she? I can't add that up.
That she.
You are so funny. You're like what? You're 13 years younger than her?
Very grammatically correct, whoever said that.
I said it.
That she. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. That she is. Just put a word behind it.
I might talk like a dum-dum sometimes, but I'm really a smart cookie.
I know you are.
You're a smart fortune cookie.
Yes.
You're
a smart fortune cookie.
You're a cookie dumb.
You got the fortunes inside.
The kind from the Chinese restaurant. Just kidding.
Yeah. She's a prophetess.
With the lottery numbers on the back.
She's a prophetess.
Exactly.
She has the gift of prophecy.
That's right. I will tell you what. I was telling Selah I was so impressed with her because she is so good with you, Auntie Sherry. She is. And I just love that about Selah, that she's got such a good heart and she loves you. And I like that. She's our kind of people.
We love
That's
each
right.
other.
That's right.
Because she has really helped me a lot too.
I love Selah with all my heart and soul. I really do. I would do anything.
She's your other rib.
Possibly do.
Do you
Just
love me
like
with all
I
your
love Christine.
Let me ask you, Miss Sherry.
When I love people, it's fiercely and it's loyally.
But I need to know this. Can you answer this? Do you love me with all your heart and soul?
Yes, my soul. My soul.
Oh, that's what matters.
Are you gonna love you? Are you gonna love her with your begging suit on or begging suit off?
Begging suit off. And it's my ideal. It's my ideal.
It was all her ideal. Nobody else's.
Y'all, stop laughing. Stop laughing. I'm writing a dictionary.
Okay.
Rewrite the dictionary. Rewriter.
I will come online and I will read it to you sometime. I'll write them all down.
Well, you get kicked out of the swim pool if you ain't got your bathing suit on.
You have the audacity to say that. I did have that audacity.
Oh.
Audacity. Did you? I
wish she'd been in my 5th grade class.
I wish she would have too.
She didn't get you to give her a big fat ass.
She
got
an F.
I'm not sure if she made it to
I
the
know
5th
who
grade.
you are. I know your name is Denise. That's why you want to say to anybody in the world, you're Kathy Morrison. I don't know Kathy Morrison. I don't know Kathy Morrison. Well, I'm sure you don't. Your name is Denise. And Christine, you rubbed off on me. I'm a sleuth too.
Isn't it fun?
She's just sleuth fairy straight.
It's fun. I pay $15 a month and I can turn it off at the end of the month. But during that time, I can look up anybody I want.
Oh, I did that. Yeah. And at the beginning of Summer's case, I was looking up everybody.
I did it too.
Oh, David Johnson, man, I looked up where he lived. I went down on Google Maps on his house.
Everybody thinks I'm in love with Buddy, but not without a background check.
Right?
Look, until I get your social
everybody's got a background check.
Really?
All you need is a name and the place you live, the state you live in. Boom.
Exactly.
I'm gonna cut that hair after I tie
do it.
Yes.
Uncle Buddy, she's coming for you.
He's too old to be wearing that hippie old hairstyle.
She gonna have her begging suit on. She gonna have her red lipstick on. She gonna put that red collar on. She coming for you, Uncle Buddy.
I have some zip ties.
Ooh, you can break out of a zip tie easy.
Then you can definitely tie him to the kitchen chair.
Watch out, buddy.
Uh-oh, buddy. She's coming for you.
I used to use rope or hemp to tie somebody to the kitchen
You can't break rope, but you can break zip ties.
Zip ties.
Hemp's pretty
You can
strong.
break them zip ties. Huh?
Hemp rope is strong. That's what they used in biblical days to catch fish. The fishing nets were made out of hemp.
Tell me about stuff in the Bible because I already know it.
Well, but other people might not, Miss Sherry. We have to teach them.
Okay.
That's right. That's right.
I know you're right.
Shoot. Selah, I've heard her preach.
You've heard me preach before, too.
I've heard you preach. I've heard Selah preach. You guys, I think it's a good thing.
Right. Well, I mean,
sometimes people need Jesus in their life.
We are not trying to do anything to harm anybody. You know what? We believe in what Jesus told us. He said, love one another as I have loved you.
That's right.
So unless they try to get you fired.
I cannot tell anybody that
you can get mad at them.
I can't tell anybody that
unless they try to get you fired, then
I listen to my
Then
God.
you can get mad with the righteous anger.
It's a little more difficult.
Right. You have righteous anger at that point.
I don't know who did that to you, but I condemn
I got a
them for
feeling.
that.
I think I know.
I condemn them for that. I don't.
I think it's possibly one of Nellie's family members.
Well, you know what? I can't believe anybody condemned you, number one. And I can't believe who I think it is. And really, what in the world? Are you just trying to create content?
Yes.
I'm a writer. And I'm an excellent writer, by the way. I'm published in many newspapers. And let me tell you something. Oh my gosh. You didn't go out and get your
education.
Yeah.
Education.
Or your GED.
Well, you saw instead of doing
your EET.
You said
Nellie is too busy fighting.
You said you
instead of doing her schoolwork.
School system. You said you worked for the school system. What were you, the superintendent?
She worked in the daggum cafeteria. I think she worked in the cafeteria.
No,
she might have. Who's Nellie?
You know who
I don't know who that is.
Not in the cafeteria, no.
Nellie is PG.
No kids with cafeteria food.
Like, who's Nellie? Is there a new subscriber coming after us now? What's happening? Or new creator coming after us?
Nellie
like
is
what?
A mean-ass girl on Little House on the Prairie that everybody.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, that's what I was saying
earlier. That's all
I
have to say about that.
That's all you got to say. Listen, they don't call me Ho for nothing.
Listen, I'm going to show. I'll tell you who Nellie is. This is Nellie, okay? If you want to know,
oh gosh, Sailor, don't
just
do
watch.
It. You're gonna make me
I'm
vomit
doing
or
it.
something.
I'm gonna do it.
Uh-oh. She's gonna make her vomit.
I'm gonna do it.
No,
you better go get your bathing suit on. You don't want to put that on your shirt.
She tickles the shit out of me. Really. Virtually.
Well,
don't get that puke in your shirt. Go get your bathing suit on.
Here we go.
I got my bathing suit on.
My home. My home is the best house
ideal.
in all of Walnut Grove. We have carpets in every room, bottom carpets. We have 3 sets of dishes, one for every day, one for Sunday, and one for when someone... for someone special and very important comes to visit, which we've never even used yet.
Oh, that wasn't it. Hold on.
I was going to say, what? Nobody special came to their house?
That was not it, Sailor.
Listen, but it is. Well, now she is actually.
Episode 2, Nellie moment. Go back. I can tell you where
I played that one. It wasn't long enough.
I can tell you where to go. In a heartbeat.
It's season 1, episode 1. Here it is.
She put her bookmarker in there.
No, that wasn't it. It is season 1.
She put her bookmarker in there.
2.
She knows right where it is.
This one below it. The one below the lane, girl.
You didn't play it long enough. Long enough.
No, you don't. No, that's not even Nellie up there. This is Nellie below that Nellie.
That's a new Nellie.
Well, that's the new Nellie, and that's what we're dealing with is a new Nellie.
We got your car. Daggum that Nellie old.
I say more like the little Gruff Brothers on A Christmas Story.
Nellie moment. Episode 1.
Yeah,
Episode 1.
Yeah, that's it. But it's not long enough.
What's your make fun of the girls and go, Laura? You beat the crap out of her, girl. You like me. You get pushed to the limit, then you do something.
I get pushed to the limit, and I go to Daisy and go get the rooster.
The rooster come after.
And Goose Sandra and her clan.
I don't play.
And her cluck.
When it comes down to serious stuff, I don't play.
Right.
I do not.
Mm-hmm.
I will not.
So don't be messing with us.
Sailor, go back.
Okay, here. I got her. This is it. I'm doing it. I got. Hold on.
Well, this is fun. You go get to see the real Nellie when she was in school. That's
how we
Sherry.
send it in. Stop.
That's Sherry.
You
That's
have it
Sherry.
your way every single
I've
day,
had to do
Nellie.
it many
But
times.
today, I want to play Uncle John. Bring around the rosy. Why?
Ah, we gotta listen to a commercial.
Oh, it goes to the next. Hold on.
So I could buy a new dress.
No, that's sad. That's sad.
Today.
No, don't play that Sailor. That's sad when her hair was all
Is that the
Luke Sims? I hope you'll make him feel at home.
Oh, she's just been a
There's
whore there.
Billy.
Now let's see, where
There's
should we
Billy
see
sitting
him?
in the front row acting like a jerk. Look at
Country
her.
girls.
She gonna knock somebody.
Oh, there it
hit
is.
somebody.
Pretty girl.
She's
She just said
mean.
it.
Nellie
Look.
Olsen is mean as
Watch.
hell.
Watch.
Country girls.
what'd she say?
Country girls. That's like the way she treats Jinky's Daisy.
Country girls. Hey, us country girls, we're tough.
That's what I'm saying. She better watch out. We could skin a buck and run a trot line.
That's right.
A country gal can't survive. But Nellie,
We saved the horse.
Yeah,
Chop chop.
of course.
Chop chop. We
Now,
don't.
let's-
We,
on
we
your
don't- we
on your
country
on your
girls-
spare time, you
we
got to
country
watch.
girls can survive.
That's right.
Country girls
You need to
can
watch-
survive.
You need to watch a couple of good episodes of Little House on the Prairie and watch Mrs.
Yeah,
Olsen
please.
and Nellie, and
No,
you'll get a very
please-
good idea.
Please go back and play Nellie one more time so we can see exactly.
Auntie Sherry,
what a
she loves Nellie.
Just one more.
What,
I've got
You know,
We want to see
Nellie.
Laura push up Nellie down.
I saw Nellie on the whatever the other day, and she was like 90 something. How do you live
90
that long
something?
with being? Yeah, how do you live that long with being that mean?
I know.
Because she was an
'Cause-
actress.
Because God ain't ready to let her in yet. So she's got to
okay.
wait.
She's got
Her
to
mama
wait.
her mama made her rotten.
She has to wait.
Rotten.
The devil don't want her, neither does God.
I know, she's
He
waiting
coming
at the
in.
gate.
Devil won't even have you. You so mean.
Nellie is waiting at the gate. She's
God's waiting for her to do
asking
something
you,
good.
Lord, to let her in, though she's late. Oh Lord, please admit her. I gave her a ticket.
A splinter.
So Lord, let her be with you everywhere.
I'll tell you what. If I have an angel, I don't want one like that. I don't want an angel like
I
that.
just made that up as I went along because I'm a writer.
Woohoo! Sherry! Woo!
She's a poet
I
and
make
she
that
knows
stuff
it.
all the time.
That's right.
Mostly, I used to write it down all the time. Now, not so much. I go into my tablet, into my notes section, and I've got hundreds of things that make you laugh your butt off. Really. Seriously.
I don't know, but the other day it broke my heart to hear you say how much you loved somebody, and I knew you were sincere. You was about ready to cry. I was over here crying with you
I did cry.
as I was brushing my teeth.
I didn't cry.
You
I
didn't?
don't know. I don't let people like that get to me. Why do you think I don't have all these wrinkles all over my face? Because I let it go.
I know, but I felt my heart break for you.
I let it go. Don't worry about my heart. I content to my heart.
I was like, she really means it. Forgive her. I was like, forgive her.
Well, I did.
Accept her
I did.
apology.
I did apologize to the entire
You
world.
did, and I knew you meant it.
I stated it to the entire world. That
But you meant, and you really meant it too.
Yes, I did really mean it. I wouldn't have
I
said
could
it
tell
if I
you
didn't really
did.
mean it. Why would I tell you
Right.
something if I didn't mean it?
Exactly.
Right.
I'm not that kind of person.
No.
I'm not going to tell you something that's not true.
And then I had to get in chat, and I was like, stop, please stop.
Oh gosh, if I'd been up there
And
still, I'm
Jinky's-
glad.
It's
Jinky's
okay.
Jinky's dropped them both.
It's okay. I don't have.
I know.
I don't
like anybody fighting.
Neither do I. Neither do I.
Well, we're
And
all.
it's our crew. It's our crew.
That's why I apologize so that we could get back together on the same page, same sync. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, but now you're on the same sync, but half of our crew isn't.
Well, that's your choice.
No, I don't like it. I want everybody to get back together and stop.
Everybody get along and stop fighting.
Yes.
I wasn't fighting. I did
not you.
Not you.
I said
not you.
Word, bitch. And I'm sorry for saying it.
You wasn't fighting.
I know.
I don't usually curse at all. But I just had a little too much of somebody's arrogant behavior. And I couldn't handle myself. And everybody says I'm drunk. And I'm so tired of people calling me drunk.
Oh, no. You weren't drunk.
What do you think I'm going to be drunk on 2 beers on a 4-hour ride?
Exactly.
What's the matter with you people?
We were
on a 2-hour tour.
Yeah. Like Thurston Howell and Miss Hathaway.
What?
Remember, she had to get those coladas in the coconut. Remember, Thurston Howell and Mrs. Hathaway.
Gilligan's Island.
Yeah.
Gilligan's Island.
A 2-hour tour.
A 3-hour tour.
Tour.
3-hour tour.
Tour.
The weather started getting rough. The tiny ship was tossed.
Oh yes, the weather was rough. It was really rough. And the little ship was getting tossed around and lost. Yes.
Yes, it was.
If not for the courage of the fearless crew, the minnow would be lost.
You gonna knock me out of the
Acronyms.
Exactly. We speak in parables.
We go from Gilligan's Island.
That's where all people need to go, over to Gilligan's Island.
Fantasy Island. Remember the Love Boat? Did you all ever watch the Love Boat? I loved the Love Boat. Yes, the Love Boat. Exciting and new. Come aboard. We're expecting you. The Love Boat. The plane. The plane.
That's what I was going to say.
What?
The plane. The plane.
The plane. The plane. Huh?
Okay, skipper. The plane.
The plane. I loved the Love Boat. Why can't we have shows like that?
People don't know what the hell you're saying.
That just shows our age, Auntie Sherry. It shows our age.
Yeah, I got some.
You got that right, Zigzag.
You know what, baby? I could be your mama. If I'd had you at 17, you could have been my baby.
Yeah, that's how my mama was when she had me. See, it's possible.
How old are you, Auntie Sherry? 60 what?
No private history. Or. Don't be telling me stuff. Listen to me. Don't be shouting out all your personal information.
It was my mama. It was my mama.
I'm not going to be here that much longer, so I can do it.
You can do it. My mama.
I ain't going to be here much longer.
Yeah, well, you should 70, guys.
That don't matter. 70. We're in the end times, Auntie Sherry. Listen, we're in the end times. We might all be in the end time. We might all be at the end. Because
that's right.
In the end times. Mm-hmm.
Well,
correct.
I hope we all go together and we see each other and we have more fun than we've ever had on this.
Look, if I don't go, I'm grabbing onto your ankle.
I pray for.
She's like, no, I'm going with her.
I can't wait for my mom
like a balloon.
To meet you guys. They're gonna freak out.
You didn't hear me.
You're like, who's this?
Yeah.
If I don't go, I'm grabbing onto your ankle.
Look, my dad would say, I love you, friends. My mom would say,
What?
What'd you
You
say?
come to my cloud and stay because Sherry's not going to yours.
You're like, who's this? Who's that?
Very protective mother. Very protective.
Very, very Sherry is very, very protective
That's good though.
of her little goslings.
Goslings is correct.
Gooselings.
That reminds me of
Goosey goose.
that Kate Gosselin, that show,
Baby geese.
that woman that had all them kids.
Who lived in a shoe, had so many kids, she didn't know what to do.
That Kate Gosselin and John and Kate plus 8. That was it.
Oh, yeah.
She was a peel.
I didn't watch them.
Yeah, I didn't like it. I watched it a couple times. She was mean.
I didn't watch them.
Those poor kids. Dang. They've been through it.
Heck yeah. I don't know. I don't know. Oh my gosh. If I had that many kids, woo!
About the Duggars, they got 20 kids.
That's too many.
I'm like, well, they are
agree.
good parents.
Zigzag. I agree with you 100%. 1,000%.
What'd she say?
When people are fighting, you can learn a lot about them. Yes, you can. You can see who's going to be beneficial to the other instead of a big war going on. You will see it. You will see it, and you will notice it. And
yep.
I don't have to say anything else. If my actions don't speak for me, nothing will.
Well, okay, so Auntie Sherry, you've seen me fight before. What'd you learn about me?
That you're a very gentle and kind soul, and you're like me. You're an empath, and you feel everybody else's feelings. Yep. And you're very sensitive, and you're thin. Your skin is thin, just like mine. I don't have all that.
You wear your heart on your sleeve,
but I have the shield of God around me, and people can't hurt me too badly because of that. They can try all they want to, but they're not going to succeed at all.
Well, if somebody tries to hurt you, then they're not in your
best interest anyway.
Right.
No,
they're not for your good.
They're non-existent to me.
Right.
If they try to hurt you.
Which is why I turned Justine off the other night, because I was like, why am I going to sit here and make myself upset and watch this nonsense? You know what? He's got to take this up with God. It doesn't even concern me. And I turned it off.
I didn't watch it.
I threw Top Dog under the bus and called Miss Daisy a fat slag. Do y'all know what a slag is?
No, they're talking about curvy.
A slag is a slut.
They were talking about curvy said that.
Oh, well, a slag is a slut.
And they call Daisy that?
Yeah, Curvy called Daisy that.
Why?
She made fun of her body shape too.
Yeah, she called her fat. She called her fat and
whatever.
And something else.
Yeah, there were a lot of adjectives.
Yeah.
I thought it was crazy.
Why?
I was getting fired up, and I'm telling you, I was getting really fired up.
That just makes me sad. It don't make me fired up. It makes me sad.
Well, if I would have been up there right then, I would have got fired up.
I've been fired up many times to protecting you, because I'm not going to let anybody hurt you. And I'm telling you that right now. I will go to bat for you, take a bullet for you, I'd lay my life down in front of you.
No.
That is how I feel. And
thank you, Auntie Sherry.
If you don't like it, you can kiss my ass. He's tied up in the backyard.
Kiss my grit.
Kiss my grit.
Don't kiss my ass. He's tied up in the backyard.
Or in the basement.
He loves kisses.
Or in the basement.
I call him Harry.
Harry.
I'm gonna get me I'm gonna call him old Nag. I'm gonna name him Nag.
Okay, Auntie Sherry. Now you've seen Selah get mad. What have you learned from her when she gets mad?
The same thing I know myself. we need to tone it down, and we need to try to be kind.
Because you guys go
from Selah, and that's what Selah has learned from me. Look, we teach each other. Don't think we try
to rope each other back when we go too far. Because the thing is, there's something in us that has a fight in us. You know, there's a fight in us. We're warriors, and when you have a warrior spirit, when somebody comes after someone you love, you better watch out. We're Christians, but we're not doormats.
That's right.
Exactly.
They mistake our kindness for weakness.
Exactly.
And that is their first mistake.
He wouldn't let anybody trample on him.
Like I said, he flipped tables over and whipped people and called them vipers and snakes.
Jesus would have been more likely not to let anybody pick on his disciples.
Exactly.
Than him.
Exactly.
Okay, then I made my point.
Exactly. All right.
Okay. Yeah, that's okay.
It's true.
I've read the
I learned, Auntie Sherry, that you fight hard, but you love even harder.
That's right. That's what it is.
What is she doing?
She's fixing her ear thing. Her ear thing. Yeah.
Did you get it in there? Testing.
Roger.
1, 2, 3, testing.
Breaker 19.
Houston.
Candy cane. This is Candy cane.
Houston, we have a problem.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
We can hear you. So be quiet.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Get your bathing suit on now. Get it on.
Your bathing suit.
Sailor, I hate for you to knock Christine off, but would you? No. I'm gonna have a laughing fit that I probably fall off the bed with.
Just don't bust a stitch and we'll be okay.
That's already happened, Nancy.
We're gonna have to send Uncle Buddy over there to pick you up.
That stitch is sticking straight up. It gets in my
Uncle Buddy.
It irritates me. And if I go to the doctor's office, he's gonna have to cut all those stitches out because they rose to the top when I was dancing my.
I'll come over there and I'll pull them out, Auntie Sherry.
Ooh.
I can do it myself, really.
Yeah. Yeah.
I have done it. Oh, yeah.
I've had to pull mine out, too.
I've had stitches in my knee and foot and everything else.
If they don't dissolve like they're supposed to, you got to pull them out. You can't help it.
Oh, gosh.
I asked them, you're not giving me Vicryl.
You asked them?
Stitches. Yes. I
asked them.
You should have asked Wanda. No, you should have asked Wanda.
Ask Wanda.
Wanda didn't know shit.
Sheet.
It would have done you no good to ask her.
She was doing the best she could handling me.
She had enough of you, Auntie Sherry. She had enough.
Look,
she was about ready to go push you out of her sector. Give you to somebody else.
I was waiting
for the hospital on a wheelchair.
I was waiting for her to unclick that band at the bottom and roll it down the hall.
This is what she said. As soon as I get off on shift, she's going to be right behind me.
She was like, well, maybe if you'd get off your phone. I was like, oh my God.
I'd be like, look, Wanda, if you get off your ass and give me my medicine.
Give me a daggone cold pack, will you?
I'm going to tell you
I have a headache.
Y'all won't believe this, but I came out of surgery and I was sitting there talking to all you guys. I had not had anything for pain yet coming out of surgery.
Oh, crap.
So that's why I was insisting on getting something to help me because it hurt like,
I know I've had my gallbladder out, and I'll tell you right now, I'd have took somebody's nuts and pulled them through their throat if they didn't give me something.
You know what she was doing, Auntie Sherry? When she got you your pain medicine, she kept hitting that little button. Like you kept talking and she kept hitting it.
I didn't have
She's
enough.
like,
I was in the psych
she
room.
didn't have enough.
That's the
She
only
needs
place
some
that
more.
put me was in the psych room.
She had no button. They didn't give her no button.
She must have thought I was a psycho.
They're like, give it all to her. Knock her out.
I kept trying to tell her what to give her. I'm like, dang.
Like, push the button. She hasn't had enough yet. She needs more.
You know what
Order
she
some
said?
more, doctor.
You know what
She said no.
She said no.
No.
Nope.
That's
Can I have
the
some
first
Vinegar?
word. That's the first
No.
word she learned, and it's the only word she
May
knows.
I have some Tylenol? No.
No. May I have a fan? No.
No.
May I have a blood transfusion? No.
On the back of my neck. No.
No. Can I go take a pee?
Can I turn the TV on? No.
Can I go to the bathroom? No. Oh, yes,
No.
I can. Give me that pee back. Oh, yes, I can.
That was really bad. That's the worst part.
Oh, you know what I did, Auntie Sherry? I called the front desk.
I was about to die.
I called the front desk and I said, y'all better get over there and help my Auntie Sherry. She's got to go bathroom. And if you don't go in there and help her, she's going to pee on the bed and y'all going to have to change her bed. She has to go right now. You need to send somebody right now. And she was like, yes, ma'am.
And it wasn't too long
I called the hospital and called the front desk.
I know. They probably blocked.
They come running in. Mayday, mayday.
Me too, Lady 7-Up. I'm impressed with the peeing in the bag. That was smart. That was very innovative.
Like, I told them too.
Somebody needs to help me.
Well, next time I'm going to call up there and cuss them out if they don't give me the medicine.
Why do you think I stayed really on the live with you guys? Because I was afraid to be alone.
I know why you were on the live.
She said some awful things to me, like I'm gonna knock you out of that bed if you keep talking. I mean,
no, she didn't.
Mean. Yes, she did.
I think I called the hospital reporter.
You were there to
Hey,
hear
Tracy.
it. You were there to hear it. So
she said that to you?
Dang.
Yes, she
I would
did.
call the hospital and
let me tell you what, she has no idea.
She'll probably never be at this hospital again. She's traveling nurse.
She would have no idea if she would have put her hands on you what would have happened. She'd have had people from every walks of the United States of America coming on down to Georgia to give her a little talk.
The first hands that would be laid on her would be mine.
Right. We'd have got the leftovers. I think the devil done went down to Georgia.
I didn't know. She said that.
Her name was Wanda.
She'd freak out. I asked her to pray. She'd freak out. She'd like.
That's because that was that demon in her.
Oh God.
That demon in her didn't want to pray.
How many more Nellies are there in the world anyway?
There's a heck of a lot of Nellies.
There's even a temple. There's even temples popping up throughout the United States with all these Nellies.
Yes.
No, I know it. At my age, you don't think I know something's going on, honey? That woman, she didn't give a damn shit about me. Excuse my language, but she did not. And
she did once she figured out you were online with a bunch of people.
That were like, oh, we're watching everything.
Christine, why do you think I kept you on live with me? So she wouldn't mistreat me.
Oh, Auntie Sherry, don't say that.
That's true.
But it's a good idea.
It is true.
It was very smart.
It is true. It is true. I did stay online with you guys. I begged you not to go off because I know what it's like when y'all weren't there.
And see, that's why I don't let my grandma go to the hospital without me.
It wasn't nice. Let me tell you.
It was horrible when I was in there too. Like something changed with 2019, 2020. No, for real, it's like
is screwed up.
Yeah, it's so messed up. It is. This is the first time I've had to go to the hospital since before COVID. And I'm going to tell you right now, I was like, what in the hell am I at? I fell down the rabbit hole for sure. I felt like that is where I was. I felt like I fell in an alternate universe that I'd never been into before.
Correct. I felt the same way. Like, I didn't know who she was in Alice in Wonderland. I couldn't figure out which character she was.
She's probably the Queen of Aces. The Queen of Aces. Off with her head.
Yeah. Yes, the Queen of Hearts.
The Queen of
Queen of
Hearts.
The Queen of Hearts. Yeah, there you go.
Okay, she was the Queen of Hearts. She was like off with her
It's like,
head.
off with their
Like,
head.
shut up. Like, shut up,
Up
bitch.
with their heads. There, tell her.
One with the big fat
Shoot.
face.
Let me tell you what. She would have put her hands on you, Auntie Sherry. Listen, I am a very quiet person. I like to avoid arguing and fighting at every moment. But if she would have put her hands on you, she would have known. Listen, I don't do a lot of.
Me, I'd get to her first.
True, but I don't do a lot of this. I don't do a lot of this. I don't.
I know
but
you don't. But I know
it's like a sneak attack.
I know your heart, and I know.
Oh, I'd have been coming. I'd have been coming to Georgia.
You are a weasel, just like me.
I'm a fox. I'm a
I'm
a weasel.
Fox too. I'm very foxy, but I'm also a weasel.
Foxes are very
What's a girl fox called?
Clever. Foxes are very clever.
Yes.
What's a girl fox called? I forget.
I don't have to deal with her anymore. Let's quit talking about nursery rats.
Oh, hold on, just one second. I got some.
She's gone. Before she left,
she gone.
A hug.
Look,
I said,
did she?
Hey. Yes, she did. I said, you force yourself to do that?
She fell in love with you, Auntie Sherry. She probably follows you now on YouTube.
She probably does.
There she is.
She probably does.
She wrote down everything, all the crazy critters on the farm and Chicken Channel and everything. She wrote it.
She probably follows you.
She's probably watching it.
She probably loves you now.
Well, I don't think she understood me.
No, she probably didn't.
I was too happy to have had gallbladder, and I was so thankful that I got it time.
I don't think she understood any of us.
No, I was praising God the whole time.
As long as I can get it in, Nick.
What's that?
Right behind you.
She didn't particularly like me praising God in front of her. Anyway, I don't know what her affiliation is. I would suspect none. The way she reacts.
Off with their head.
Yeah, off with my head.
There.
Auntie Sherry. Off with their heads.
I had a 5-year-old.
And your little dog, too.
I had a 5-year-old here today, and he got so interested because I told him about Alice in Wonderland. I said, you just won't believe it. I said,
I love Alice in Wonderland.
I know, but Scout Boo sent me a pop-up book, music and everything, and that's just perfect for him. And I told him, I said, well, this is going to be kind of a strange book. I don't know if I should read it to you or not.
What happened?
I want to hear it. If you tell kids that I'm going to like it, they will. Anyway, that's what I'm doing. I'm reading this 5-year-old. Every time Erica brings him, he sits right here in the bed next to me. He's very interested in what we do. He's like, go back. I want to see your friends.
I want to see your friends.
That's what he said. So help me.
I can't wait till I'm a grandma. That'll be never.
It's fun.
Christine, I've never been a grandmother either, but any child is welcome in my house. Any child.
You don't have to give birth to be a mama.
I will read to them. I will teach them things when they don't know they're being taught. Yeah. That's why I call
use psychology.
Yeah, that's why I call
No, you're a vixen. You're a vixen.
I'm a weasel.
You're a vixen.
Sneaky.
Okay, well, you could be the weasel. I'll be a vixen.
I'll be the fox.
A vixen is a fox. It's a female fox.
Oh, I guess I'm a male fox.
Oh, you gonna be a vixen?
I'm a vixen. That's a female fox.
Gosh. You can't be a vixen.
Yeah, huh?
A female fox?
It's like Fox and the Hound.
Nuh-uh, Teddy.
Yes, huh? I'm a vixen. Do y'all remember the movie Fox and the Hound? I love that movie.
Yes.
Woo, 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 woo.
Did you ever read any Uncle Remus about the fox and the rabbit? Briar fox.
In the briar patch?
Oh, yeah, that's what I call the downstairs of my house. It's the briar patch. Because
Ooh, don't go in the briar patch.
Briar Rabbit screamed and hollered and said, "Oh, don't throw me in the briar patch. Don't throw me in the briar patch."
Oh, don't do it.
Briar Fox threw him right there anyway. And here's Briar Rabbit just dancing around like me and saying, "Ha, ha, 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 ha. I was born and bred in that briar patch."
Peace out.
So the Briar Rabbit won.
Is that from Songs of the South? Like,
Oh yeah, I saw that.
Yeah,
I saw that. Yeah, my parents
Songs
took us
of
to
the
Atlanta.
South.
They took us to Atlanta to see that song, and not song, movie.
that movie.
There, yeah, we went to see Chitty Chitty Bang Bang.
I love Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. Love it.
We lived in a small town, and there wasn't those things offered, and that was something we could do as a family: is go to Atlanta for the day and get lunch and go to the movie or whatever. Because my parents wanted to teach me about theater, about movies, about everything. I was really scared when the Wizard of Oz came on for
Chitty Chitty Bang Bang, we love you.
I was really scared of those flying monkeys. And my dad sat me down.
Who wasn't afraid of the flying monkeys?
Yeah, but my dad sat me down. He said, "Sherry, this is pretend. These people are actors. This should not bother you at all. Every time you look at this, just say, those are just people pretending." So that's how he dealt with it, and I deal with it. And that's my favorite movie of all time.
Well,
now that came out in 1939. So did Gone with the Wind.
I love Gone with the Wind too.
They were in big competition for the Oscars. Really.
Who won? Gone with the Wind.
And how interesting is it? The shoes in the book are silver, but on the movie they're ruby red.
They're ruby slippers.
Yep.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder why. Why'd they change the color?
Gee, I wonder why.
Because it would draw more attention using that bright color.
Look up the Red Shoe Club, and that's all I'm going to say.
Red Shoe Club? You mean the Mile High Club?
I'm not going to say anything about that either, because I have so many Wizard of Oz books that I can't even tell you. I've got the original Frank L. Baum's Wizard of Oz.
Ooh.
Yes.
Wow. That's the way back.
I don't even. The weird thing about it is I don't even like fantasies. I like fantasies.
Hey, did you see on my rabbit holes that I've got Wizard of Oz as one of them?
Yes,
no.
I did. Yes,
but
you did.
I'm telling you, I feel like we're living in the Wizard of Oz right now. Like, I feel like we are living in a paradox of the Wizard of Oz.
Really?
Yes, I do.
Toto, there's no place like home.
No, in America, think about it. Like there's a face up there, but there's somebody else behind the curtain that's really talking and running things. But they're trying to make us believe an illusion. And it's all
bullshit. The lollipop kids, the lollipop kids, the lollipop kids.
Oh my gosh, I've got a t-shirt that says that. We represent the Lollipop Guild. The Lollipop Guild.
I love that song. I don't know why. They had these big old suckers on the back of their shoulders and their.
I've got a t-shirt that my friend gave me that says
They said some risque things went on between the Munchkins when behind the scenes.
Oh no.
Yes, they did.
Went wild. Let me tell you about the Munchkins.
The Munchkins were very wild.
They went wild. They went wild.
Munchkins gone wild.
No, little people gone wild.
Little people gone wild.
In a hotel. They all put them in the hotel together. And they got drunker and shit. And
they all got pregnant.
Everything else. And
they got pregnant.
They were going crazy.
They were. Definitely.
Well,
we thought
I know it. I read all.
You know what? Which one's my favorite? My favorite on there is The Lion. He seems like he's so rough and tough, and he's come out like, woo! And all of a sudden she said, psh, and he was like, I love him.
He jumped out the window.
He was scared of his tail, and the tail came up, and he was like,
I thought you were one hand behind my back. And then
I love him.
Toto goes after him. He's like,
save me. I love the lion. He's my favorite.
Because you are the same person as the coward.
The tail came around and it touched him. He was like, what is that? What is that? The tail.
I'm the king of the
forest. Not
Duke. Not Earl.
Not
Not you.
Not me either.
I have to change the words. Look, on YouTube, I changed the words. It's not the real words it should be because I'll get in trouble or get somebody in trouble. So I changed the words around and I substituted the words because I'm too smart as a writer to do that. That in writing, that's called plagiarism. In music or
well, we're not trying to sell anything, so we'll be all right.
Yeah, we'll be all right.
It's a copyright strike.
What they gonna
we
do
ain't
to me?
trying to sell nothing.
I'm not monetized. What can they do to me?
Well, you know, we are hoes, so I don't know. I don't know.
The
forest.
And then I think Prayer Garden is If I Only Had a Heart, the Tin Man. That's Nelly.
If I only had a heart. He's got to oil his mouth.
Wait a minute. She
got to oil his arms.
She played.
Got to oil his ears.
If I only had a brain, a heart, dumb noise.
I was gonna say she played multiple roles. She played the Scarecrow.
Hey, Scarecrow, you want to play a little ball?
She played.
I'm gonna get you, my little pretty, and your little dog too. I thought to myself when I was a kid, I thought, if that lady ever touched one of my dogs,
I would throw water on her.
Oh, you ain't even kidding.
That's why my dad had to explain it to me when I was about 5. That's just ridiculous.
Trying to get somebody's little dog.
Really?
As long as I can remember, me and my mama stayed up watching horror movies at 1, 2 o'clock in the morning. I was like 2, 3 years old watching Lizzie Borden with my mom.
I hate horror movies.
Oh my gosh.
I don't watch horror movies.
Y'all, my mother named me Sharon after Sharon Tate. A year after she was murdered.
Sharon Tate?
That's what she named me after.
Are you part of the Manson family or what?
Oh my gosh. Lizzie Borden took an axe, gave her
father 40 whacks.
40 whacks.
When he saw what he had done.
What she had done.
41.
41. Ew.
Yep.
What about the Freddie song?
I said he is son of she because that way nobody gets in trouble.
Well, I'm thankful. My mom prepared me for real life by showing me all them horror movies.
I wasn't allowed to watch scary movies. I wasn't allowed.
I was an only child for 8 years. So my mom and me just piled around. You know, I was like her pal, you know. So
I think the worst scary movie I was allowed to watch was the Jaws. Jaws.
Listen, Jaws. Listen, that scarred my.
It caused fear into my heart. That's what happened to Jaws. It instilled fear into my heart.
I was like 5 when it came out, and we went to the daggum drive-through, and I was 5 years old watching that on the drive-through.
It wasn't drive-through.
A big screen.
Drive-in. Well, we drive-through.
You just drove through. You're like, there's a movie on. Look, there's a movie on. You had to get through fast.
My mom and I went to the drive-thru to watch Jaws.
Like, zoom. There's a shark where? Where?
Did the whale eat all your food?
Where? I didn't see it.
I wish it was a
I didn't see it.
wish it was a drive-through. So it did not scar me. Listen, we had an in-ground pool. I could not swim in my in-ground pool at home alone because I was so afraid afraid Jaws was in my pool.
Dun 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 dun
I
dun
could hear
dun
that
dun
music,
dun
I swear.
dun dun
Like
dun dun dun
dusk,
dun dun.
you know, like that eerie stillness, dusk.
The water still, and then all of a
Yeah.
sudden, here comes the fin up. Dun 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 dun. I'm telling you, that movie instilled fear into the heart of this little 5-year-old girl.
This one too.
My mom, I
Not
wasn't going to
me.
sleep in my bed for 2 weeks. My mom was like,
Not
that is
me.
the
I was
last
about
movie
15.
she
I was
ever
about
watches. That's a
I was about
scary
15
To
when
this
I
day,
saw
I
that.
will not get
My
into the
mother
water.
signed.
I won't.
My
I will
mother
not get in the
signed
ocean.
a waiver saying that I could go because the theater manager went to our church, and she wouldn't let me go in to see certain things. And I was like, "Well, what if my mother sends you a note?" She said, "If Lauren sends me a note, I will accept it." My mom did. She said, "Sherry has permission to go watch the movie Jaws." Thank you. Look, she knew. Look. Anyway.
My mama's
That
You
handwriting
knew it
down
wasn't
something.
real.
I went to my first R-rated movie, and listen, that woman wouldn't even let me. I wanted to sit in the balcony. She told me I couldn't sit in the balcony because that's where the black people sit.
What?
I said, "Well, my mother said I can,"
Hey, that's the
and she
best
said,
view.
"I'm the theater owner, and I'm telling you, you can't. You sit downstairs."
I'll sit where I
I was
want.
like, "Oh, I was horrified." What do you think I did? Went home and wrote a damn newspaper article.
Well, you know
Yes, I
why
did.
Jaws is so scary? Because that could be really something that could really happen.
Heck yes. Now I'm telling you, that is some real stuff. That's some real shite. And I don't play around.
And when I go
And
to
that's
the
why I don't
ocean,
drink
They
tequila.
I only go to my ankle.
Well,
That's
they
me.
just cited
Ankle,
a
just
white
to
shark.
splash water up on me a little bit so I can get
I ain't
cool.
going in there waiting around in that ocean. Oh, hell to the no.
But this is what happened. See, the
No,
last time I
to
drank
hell with the
tequila,
no.
I
I can't
drank
see the
and I
bottom.
got and
Hell
I
to the
went.
no.
I was in there bobbing
I
like a
can't see the
daggum
bottom. I'm not going.
corkscrew up there in the water to my shoulders in Myrtle Beach.
No.
Listen, tequila is not my drink. Not at all. Not at all.
It makes your clothes fall
Well,
off.
It makes me get into the
Thank
water
you
with
for
Jaws.
admitting that to us, Sayla.
Put your clothes off.
I hope your soul feels better for admitting that.
My soul
Yeah, I hope
feels much
so.
better. I feel
Well,
much
listen,
better.
girls, I gotta go. I love you both.
We love you.
I gotta go. Yeah. I'm sorry. I'll be back later. I love you guys in chat. I
We
gotta
love
go.
you.
Love you.
Baby.
We love you.
I love you.
My red
Stay.
lipstick. I love you
Keep
too,
it up.
Auntie Sherry.
And we love
Keep
the
it up.
lipstick.
Keep it up. It looks good on you. It really does.
Thank you.
It does.
Bye.
It really
Bye
does.
bye.
My sweetheart.
I love her.
That is one fantastic woman. I don't
Class
care.
act. Yes.
I've met her in person, and let me tell you something. Some of the people you talk about out there, I know them personally. You've never even seen them, ever.
You're right about
And
that.
how do you have the right to talk about anybody when you've never met them?
Well, when that mean.
That's what gets me.
Well, when people act mean and hateful, they show me who they are. Whether I've met them in person or not.
As with I.
Yes. And I say, just don't rush. Don't have feet that rush to stir up dissension. You know what I'm saying? Like, don't be quick to rush to do evil things. Listen, sometimes you got to stand up for others and yourself, and that's different. But don't go out and rush to do. You know, we're giving advice to those mean people out there.
Don't go and do not go and do any harm.
Right.
Jesus said.
That's
do
right.
Do not go and do any harm.
Exactly. Listen, and if you can't help people, just don't hurt them.
Exactly. If you don't want to be kind, just stay away.
Yeah, just stay in your lane and do your thing.
Yeah, don't comment and don't try to stir up trouble because you are dealing with people that really are Christ-like, and a lot of you people can't say that. I am Christ-like. Selah is Christ-like. It's so easy to say I'm a Christian But to say I'm Christ-like is a lot harder.
And the Bible says also, touch not my anointed, which means, my children.
Favored.
Yes.
My favorite children.
Yes. Because he will deal with you. We don't have to lift our finger. And you don't want to deal with that. You'd rather us deal with you than him. So when we just let it go and say, look, Dad, look, Father, Abba, Father, take this from my plate and you deal with it. I'm leaving it with you, Daddy.
Yeah.
So think about if your children do that and leave the wrath to you.
Yeah. He is omniscient, omnipotent. He is the everything that has ever been. And people say, well, who created God? God didn't need anybody to create him.
That's right. He is creation.
Yes, he is creation. Read Genesis. Read it.
Right. It's not hard. It's not hard.
Questions about stuff. I've had questions about stuff in the Bible, but also the Bible says question things. There is a phrase, it says question things.
It does, yes.
So,
the Lord doesn't want us to be fools or idiots. He wants us to be.
Does not.
He wants us to be wise and have knowledge. He says, "My people die for their lack of knowledge."
Yes, yes, and He gave us the gift of discernment, which is choosing between the bad and the good, and those that are mean and those that are kind. Discernment means choosing selectively.
And being able to see in others what they've chosen.
Correct.
And here's the situation. You know what? At the end of time, the Lord says, I will separate them right and left for those who know me and those who do not know. And
that's why we spend our time bringing people to know.
That's right, because we don't want you to be on the left. We don't want you to be separated with the tares. We don't want you to be a tare.
No.
We want you to be the wheat, the harvest.
And God will come from the east. It's in the Bible. He will come from the east. He will come like a thief in the night. You will not know his coming. Even his angels will not know his coming.
The Son don't know, nor the angels, only the Father.
Right. The angels don't know when he's coming either.
That's right.
So, guess what? Don't be surprised.
So here's the situation.
Be good. Love your Lord.
He did say,
try to be Christ-like. He doesn't expect you to be perfect.
We're not perfect at all.
Mortals. We're mortals.
Gosh, we're so far from perfect.
He wants us to be as Christ-like as we can. And that's what he wants.
Amen. And have a relationship with him.
Definitely.
Yes.
A close relationship. I can sit here by myself and talk to God all damn day if I want to. Really, I can. And I do.
I do too. I do a lot.
I sit here and I say, look, I have some questions, God. I know those will be answered in time, but I have some questions. And he's like, you are to question. I gave you a brain. He said mind. He didn't say brain. Gave us a mind for these gifts. And he expects us to use those gifts.
Yep.
He does. He expects us to use those gifts.
It's like the talents, the story about the talents in the Bible.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. It's the same thing. He says, I will give it to you, but you got to use it.
That's right. I think that's in Matthew. I'm not sure.
I'm not sure where that is either.
He gives us so many gifts, and we have to use those gifts for the good of him.
We don't want to bury them and let them rot and just rust and just,
No.
We want to use them while we're able to use them because he gives it to us for a reason, for such a time as this.
Why do you think I'm here? Really? Think about it. Really seriously. Think about why I'm here.
Same reason.
Because I need to tell some people some things.
That's right. Exactly. Because you know what? As long as you wake up with breath in your lungs.
Age is wisdom.
That's right. Exactly.
Well, believe me or not.
It's true.
I'm still going to tell you.
Because the thing is, whenever you go through things in life, you know, and you've seen the potholes here or there, and you tell somebody else and you warn them, they would do good diligence to listen.
A lot of people don't have that capability of listening.
You're right.
I used to be too hyperactive to listen. Now I listen very carefully, very carefully.
Well, God gave us 2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason.
Yes, He did. I think Benjamin Franklin said that. I think.
You know, Althea.
Althea. Or I'll through you.
Yeah, that was it. I'll through you.
Are you? If you're gonna be mean to me, I'll through. I'll through you.
I'll through you.
I'll through you. I wish I'd go to speech therapy.
Oh dear. I was oh no. I mean, well, if you're sitting there talking about you're an attorney, you should know better than to threaten someone bodily harm on YouTube. It's against the guidelines.
Especially an elderly person.
Yes, an elderly person on top of it.
I'm gonna box or slap you.
I mean, look, if you're an attorney, you should know the YouTube guidelines at least.
I told her she was an attorney. She'd know better than to say that.
Did you really? See, we think alike already. I said that.
I did tell her that. If you were really an attorney, you would know better than to say that to an elderly person.
And I didn't even hear you say that, and I swear I said the same thing. So it's the truth. That's confirmation.
I still love her, though. I mean, we can go at it anytime she wants to.
Yeah,
I don't really mind. It's playful to me. It's playful.
And I mean, you know what? Somebody said that her relationship or whatever in the past, that her ex might have called her. Maybe, I don't know if this is true or not. I'm just saying. Somebody said that her ex called her that word. So maybe it's like a trigger, you know, or something. We don't know.
Yeah.
You know?
That's why I apologized to me.
I know.
Because I realized it might be a trigger word because you got so very angry after I said it. But in the South,
because something wasn't right about that. It was abnormal.
Sailor, if I called you up and I said, "Hey, bitch,"
I'd say, "Hey, bitch." I'd probably say, "Hey, ho," or "Hey, bitch."
Yeah, I know. That's the way we are. We don't mean it. We're playing.
Exactly.
That's how we talk.
But I felt like when I watched that, the way she responded, it seemed like almost like a trigger response or something.
It was. It was a trigger. It was a trigger. She even said that.
So I'm trying to, you know, give her I always try to give people the benefit of the doubt if I can, in most cases.
Well,
but I do not like the way that she went into it. And I do feel like after you apologize, she should have reeled back in and said, "You're right. You're right. And I'm sorry. I went a little bit too far. I crossed the line myself. I'm sorry. We're both wrong. Let's hug it out." You old bird.
I'm sorry, Sam. I do not like
what?
Great eggs. I don't like them. In a box. I don't like them with the fox.
I just looked over here to my left, and my male cat has got my female cat on the bed right beside me trying to get some, and that is not okay.
Who?
My male cat had my female
Your
cat
husband.
by the... No, my cat.
Your husband keeps bothering you? Well,
no.
Aren't we supposed to be subservient? No.
No. That male cat had that female cat by the neck right here beside me on the bed.
Oh, no.
I'm like, no, that's not okay.
Come back up. What are you talking about, a cat?
My cat, my male cat, was on top of my female cat beside me on my bed, and I did not know it. And I looked over there and knocked him off of her.
Lola humps my comforter all the time. But the vet told me they have too much
animal
energy.
Or something. I don't care. But get off my kid.
No,
get off my little
she
kid.
humps my covers all the time, and all I do is say, "We're losing good for you."
You need to get her a little stuffed animal.
No, it's because she doesn't get to have that much energy out of your system. That's anything to do with sex.
I don't know. It might be like us, you know. Whenever you don't get none, you kind of get a little bit anxious sometimes. I think
Really?
Nelly.
I think that's
none. I think that's what Nelly needs.
And years and years and years and years.
That's why you're so damn ornery.
I don't miss it.
I'm just kidding. You need a good slot. I'm just kidding.
What was the name of that place you used to help me?
Sugar and spice and everything.
Oh my gosh. Sugar and spice, everything nice. Well, I don't think I can handle that. I can be the spice, but I'm not sure I can be the sugar.
Yeah, I'll be the sugar part.
We're not going to do that with the same man. What's the matter with you?
No, I'm not into that. I'm not into the upside down pineapples. Just like this is what I say about pedophiles. I'm like, the devil's gonna be cramming pineapples up their butthole in hell. That's what they're gonna have to deal with. So when they showed the upside down pineapple, I was like, that is not a house I want to visit. Now imagine that. Yeah. So that gives me great pleasure to think of the fact that they'll get it one day, one way or the other.
I keep losing my AirPod.
I see that.
I'm laughing so hard that it falls out of my ear.
Yeah, because when your jawbones move, it moves your ear, the way your ear's positioned. I know about the bones. I know about them bones.
Okay, then how many bones
All of them.
does the human body have?
I don't know that.
206.
There's 206 bones in the human body.
That's correct.
Now I'll know.
What is the strongest substance in the body?
The strongest?
Substance in the body.
The strongest or the most?
The strongest substance in the body.
I would say that would be testosterone, maybe.
It's your teeth.
Teeth? Oh, calcium. Or enamel.
Correct.
Enamel.
Enamel is correct.
Yeah.
That's why, when people die now on the Zama way, and they find their teeth.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Sherry's smart. She's read so many things. It's really sad because nobody understands me. They don't understand me at all. They think I'm a freaking weirdo.
No, the problem is
I'm just so well read, and I don't forget.
That's the problem. See, that's the truth.
I've always been like this.
Do you understand that
I was a
it's
misfit
people
in elementary school? I was a misfit in high school.
Me too. I had friends.
I was not a misfit in college because I already had 2 years out of my belt before I went.
Well, I had a lot of friends. However, I've always danced to beat my own drum.
A lot of friends left me because they said I was you just too smart for us. And see, I lost a lot of friends because I was.
You know what happens?
At night.
Well, what happens
I couldn't be around to do their escapades with them.
Sometimes people that
they made fun of me
have the wisdom or the knowledge that they need to, then it's hard for them to understand other people that do have education or wisdom or knowledge or whatever. It's hard for them to understand, things go over their head. You know what I'm saying? They don't catch it. It just flies right over.
Yeah.
So they don't understand.
We're not your friends anymore because you're too smart for us.
But they're the ones with the problem, not you.
I know that now.
Yeah.
But when I was in high school, it hurt me.
Yes, of course.
I was being unincluded.
And you know what? Sadly, I acted dumber. I played the dumb blonde part well.
So people wouldn't pick on you?
Yeah, because I fit in. I had a bunch of friends. I was fairly popular in high school.
Oh, yeah, I got it.
So
wouldn't pick on you if you acted like they were.
I mean, I made good grades and all that.
And I wouldn't do it.
I
made
just
excellent grades.
Yeah, I just but I still just kind of
You can't go to college at 15 if you don't make damn good grades.
You got that right. I actually did
15,
take college credits in high school.
15.
I took psychology courses that were college level in high school, and I got credits for college and high school and psychology.
I did too. I took that, and I took English 101, which my parents made me stay for one class my senior year, and I worked in the library the rest of the time I got paid. I said, why did you make me do that? I'm already in college, and I'm ready to go to the next phase. And they're like, well, we just thought you needed to stay a little bit longer. I'm like, why? Why? Do I not make good choices? What? I want to know why y'all are holding me back.
See, that's why with our daughter.
Parents, I talked to my parents about stuff like that, and they would explain their feelings, and we would come to kind of a compromise.
Understanding. That's how we are with our youngest child. She's very, very, very mature and very wise for her age and very independent. Yes, very independent. She is, she is too. And I'm glad. And she's strong-willed, and I like that. And she will stand up for herself. She will not sit on her caboose and wait for things to get done. She'll do it.
That is an attribute.
Yes.
Accolades for her because she knows what she's doing. And she
is smart and she's beautiful.
She's making the right choices.
Yes, she is.
She
sure is.
Important part. That's the most important part.
And I'm very proud of her.
Drugs. You don't.
No.
You don't go to beer keg parties and stuff like that.
She saw.
You do your own thing. You go backpacking. You go hiking. You know, you leave for the weekend and stuff. I didn't want to sing in the choir in college, though I qualified.
Me too,
Kimmy. I know my voice is raspy because I taught. And when you teach it, you speak it all day long.
You got to talk all the time.
All day. Exactly.
Tammy, that's how I was. If anybody was being picked on, because I was popular, I would always take up for people because I knew.
Well, let me tell you
because
something.
I was, people would back down. People would back down. They would.
All of the popular people left me. Guess what was so valuable to me? I got to see other people and be friends with other people that were not the popular people. And I realized that, you know what? Dad said, why do you always take up for the underdogs? I said,
that's what I did, though.
Perhaps because I am one.
Well, and I wasn't really an underdog.
I met so many friends by losing those friends.
But sometimes God has to do that. God has to prune the wrong people out your life. And then he gives you what you need.
Look, there was one really great friend of mine. She had the biggest boobs in high school, really. And
oh no, she got the biggest boobies. I had none.
But guess what? I had none. And we sat typing together, and we got to know each other really well, and we laughed all.
And y'all, that was back before computers. That was the real typewriters. That was the real typewriters. By the way, we had to do real typewriting with real typewriters.
ASDF, JKL, semicolon.
Exactly. That's how I know how to type. My eyes closed to this day from typing class in high school.
When I was taking typing too, I would dream that I was typing out.
You know, because they make you do those minute tests, and they're like, you gotta type this out. And we'll time you. And I was always so anxious. It made me so nervous. I was sweating. And you couldn't use whiteout or nothing. They marked all your mistakes.
There was no whiteout.
No.
Remember, we had rubber erasers with a little brush on the end.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. It was like little nail polish, but it was white. And they could tell that. That was easy to tell.
Those were the days, my friend. We thought they'd never end.
I wish they didn't.
Sing and laugh forever and a day. We chose the life we choose. We fight and never lose, 'cause those are the days, my friend, those are the days.
Dang, and I wish they'd never ended, because these
Oh
days,
yeah, oh yeah. I
whoo,
forgot the woman's name, but yeah, it's a really good song. Sometimes when I'm by myself, Erica's here or somebody is here all the time. I mean, I'll be sitting here at 7 o'clock, and here comes somebody through the door. My friends, my closest friends, all have keys to my house. The cameras, if I see them coming in, that doesn't bother me at all. But you know what? I love it that they do come. They do
yes,
come, and they
yeah,
just
of
say
course.
hello, and and we laugh.
And I
And
talked to what's her name on the
the
phone
same
the other
thing I
night.
do with everybody else. We just sit and laugh.
Remember, I talked to Celia. Is it Celia? Is that her name? Cecilia?
Yes,
Celia,
that is Kay's
daughter.
Kay is the mother, and Scylla is the
Yeah,
daughter, and Erica is the daughter.
yeah.
Erica is my.
Uh-oh.
She's the best caregiver anybody can have in the world.
Yeah, I got to talk to her.
Really.
She's very nice.
Oh, she's Sailor. You'd fall in love with her. You really would. I'm very particular about who I let in my house. During COVID, I stayed in my house for 2 years, except to go to the doctor.
I
I
did
had
too.
friends that would. I stayed here, really, in my bedroom.
Yeah, I'm
And
serious. I did
I
too. I really didn't go out. I
all right, I
didn't.
had friends. I didn't either, but I had friends that came in my door and they weren't wearing a mask, and I told them they could not come into my room if they didn't, and I lost some friends that way
Oh, they should understand how
because
you feel.
they should have respected me. I'm older. I smoke. I surely as hell don't need COVID.
Well, you know what? I
I
got
took
it right
all the
away.
I took all the vaccinations. I take a flu vaccine every year. I
I
haven't
don't.
had
I don't
shingles
do the flu.
vaccine.
I don't do the vaccines. I'm not a vaccine girl. No, no, no.
Well,
When I got the flu vaccine one time, I got I got not only the flu, but I got the pneumonia on top of it.
really?
Yes, the only time I've ever gotten the flu, and it turned in from the flu to pneumonia when I let them talk me into taking it. I was like, oh no, I'm never taking that again. Never.
Some people can't handle it.
Yeah, I think
Really,
it's because I
you
got
have to,
lupus.
Sailor. As you age, you learn to know your body really
Yeah,
well.
I really do
You
think it's my
do.
lupus.
You do. I know you have lupus, and I'm so
Yeah,
sorry.
I do
But
think
you're
that's
coming.
why that my
I don't
body
care if you have
reacts.
lupus or whatever.
But I think
Wolf
that's why I
disease.
react differently. My body acts differently. You know what I'm saying? Like I got the lap band. Have y'all ever heard what that is? It's
Yes.
kind of like, because I was
Yes.
late weight loss surgery. Well, I got that right after my
I know
mom
what
passed
that is.
away. And I really was like, I needed to lose about 60 pounds, I guess. And I got that. Well, guess what? I started hurting and were at the point I couldn't stand up. The doctor went in there, they looked, they said that it had wrapped around scar tissue had wrapped around like a cocoon. And it took them about 5 or 6 hours to cut the scar tissue off around that lap band to be able to get it off of my stomach.
I never believed in lap bands, and my sister had liposurgery. What is it?
Liposuction.
She's 5'1". Yeah, she's 5'1". I'm like 5'7". We just don't. We look like. If I showed you her picture, I'll send you a picture of her. She's very pretty. She's just a little
I
cuckoo.
used to be 5'9". I'm probably about 5'7" now. I think we shrink with age.
We do. We
I think
do.
we
And
do.
you know what it is? It's the compression on the cartilage between our
Joints, spine.
Yes.
Yeah.
Our spine. Yes.
Yeah.
It's what it's called in a simple term. Gravity.
Yeah, exactly. Gravity is not a friend of ours. Well, it is, but it's not.
I know when I put my feet on the ground every morning how I'm going to feel for the rest of the day.
Yeah, I can feel when I wake
Yeah.
up how it's going to go.
I go and have my nerves severed. They burn them in two, so
Ooh.
the brain, it's very painful, but I get months and months of relief out of it.
Ooh.
The brain can't receive the pain can't go to the brain. So yes, I get a lot of relief from that, and I have been as long as 2 years. But You know, I try not to be too active. I mean, I don't really need to be up dancing and all that stuff. I just do it because I love people.
I know you
You
love
know,
people, but don't do it at your own risk of your own health. Sometimes I was over there going, Auntie Sherry, be careful. Don't bust a stitch. Be careful. I was so worried. I was
look,
like, it hadn't even
Sayla,
been a week.
it's too late to
I
tell me to
know.
be careful. You know
I
what it
know.
was? It was 5 days after I had surgery. I was dancing.
I saw that. And I was like, oh, I was like, oh no. Because I tell you, I don't do good with surgery at all. I'm not a good healer.
Well, I do great.
I see you do. I saw how fast your arm healed, and I saw how fast you healed from the gallbladder. That was fast. That was very fast.
Oh yeah, I knew what the problem was, but the gastroenterologist, I mean, she couldn't do prophylactic surgery, which means in advance unless
Yeah.
something happened. Well,
Right.
it happened.
Uh,
It happened. I called 911. I could barely make it to the front door.
It hurts like hell.
I was doubled over. I mean, I walked like
yeah.
I was a 95-year-old man just bent over. I was hurting so badly, and I opened the door.
I remember.
I came back in here, and I laid down, and they came in, and I told them what I thought was going on, and they agreed. And it was pretty bad. It was pretty bad. My gallbladder, I think it did burst, really.
Ooh.
I know it at least leaked. I know it.
Mine didn't burst, but I had gallstones, and I had it's an infection from the gallstones. I forgot what the name.
I had that infection too. That's why I had to have 5 bags of antibiotics, and that's why they kept me overnight so I could get the antibiotics.
I had my surgery a long time ago. It was like 19 years ago. I was only 33 when I had my surgery, when my gallbladder messed up. Yeah, I know. But they kept me in there for 4 days.
Well, you healed faster than I did, I'm sure, at that age.
But no, I didn't.
But I fight to heal. Let me tell you something. I don't give up. Ain't nobody gonna keep me down. Nobody.
I don't give up. And I don't let nobody keep me down. But I will whine and whine and whine if I'm in pain. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, I'm tired of hearing your whining, by the way.
Yeah. If I'm in pain, I'm gonna cry.
Quit calling me and whining.
I'm gonna whine. I'm gonna be a whiny butt. I'm gonna call you tomorrow, and I'm gonna just whine and whine and whine.
Go right ahead. I'm used to it.
I know it.
Or as Justin calls you, say la vie.
Say la vie. That's what I said. Yeah. I said that's not so bad. I can deal with it.
Justin doesn't bother me at all. He's really a sweet man. I'll tell you something. Anybody that can do hospice, as I have, Daisy has, and Justin has, that has to be a special person to spend time with people that don't have any family. You're there when they die.
Yes,
You're the one that attends their funeral. I'm serious. I am not kidding.
No, I believe it.
I got assigned to people that had no family.
Yeah, that's hard because there's nobody else.
I had to be there. Be there. I mean, they would call me and say, "Can you be here?" Even on the days I wasn't supposed to go, they would call and ask me if I could be there.
Sometimes you don't know,
because the person was dying and they wanted somebody to be with them.
Right.
And I was that person. And I've seen so many people die, including my parents.
Me too.
When they died.
I was with my mom.
I've seen so many people die. And the only thing I can tell people about it is that it's a very spiritual experience.
Yeah.
It's very spiritual. You can't see their spirit leaving from the body, but you can feel it.
You can tell that is just a shell after they're gone.
Feel it. You can feel it.
Yep, you can. I was right beside my grandma. That was my second mama. And right beside my mama. On the right side, sitting by their face, my face pressed to their cheek. And I was talking to them, telling them how wonderful it was going to be, that I loved them, not to be scared. And they could hear me too, because tears were rolling down their eyes.
Yes,
I knew
my mother did the same thing.
Yeah. And then I was like, listen, Jesus is coming. Pop's coming.
I asked her if she could see Jesus, and that's when the tear ran out of her eye.
Uh-huh.
I asked her if she could see Jesus, and that we were all there, and we were going to take care of each other. I said, Mama, you just go home or wherever you need to go, because I love you.
And sometimes I think they need to hear that. I think they need to hear that sometimes so that they can go on, because sometimes they'll just hold on and hold on and hold on, try to for us.
Yes. Sometimes they'll hold on
until we give permission.
No. Sometimes they'll hold on. And they're just waiting for their family to tell them they're going to be okay.
Yeah, that it's okay. That it's okay.
It's okay. We're going to take care of each other. We're going to love each other. I love you, Mama. Let me tell you a weird thing that happened when my mother was dying. My mother has a great deal she did have a great deal of Cherokee in her. And this woman comes in. Seriously, this lady, I won't call anybody woman. I'm tired of being called woman. Woman.
Exactly. I was wondering what that was about.
Well, you tell me. Well,
I don't. Yeah.
But anyway, this Cherokee woman comes in. Nobody in the whole family has ever seen her before. We don't know where she came. We don't know from whence she came or what she was doing there. But she knelt beside my mother's bed and said, "Oh, great spirit," and prayed the prettiest prayer you could ever hear in your life. And none of us knew her. And she stood up and she said,
know.
She said, "Open the window. Open the window."
Angels unaware.
I was like, why? She said, her spirit needs to leave this room. Open the window, please. I did, and she died. That was her last breath.
How about that?
Seriously. That just blew me away. I'm telling you, if you don't believe in prayer, you are cuckoo.
Yes, you're exactly right.
You're cuckoo. What in the world does it hurt to be a Christ-like person? What?
That's what I say. But look, you know how I know
to be nice and to smile and love everyone.
You know how we can tell that Jesus was right and that we're not wrong by saying what we say about Jesus? How we know that Jesus is the right way? Because think about it. They don't persecute any other religion but Christianity, do they? They don't come after Buddhism. They don't come after any other religion but Christianity. Nothing.
Christianity has always been attacked for thousands and thousands of years.
And there's a reason for that.
Because we're the chosen ones.
Right.
That's why.
That's exactly right.
The devil doesn't like us at all.
Exactly. The enemy doesn't mind you going after other religions because he knows that's still all going to siphon back right into him anyway. So he's fine with that.
I don't make fun of anybody's religion.
Me neither. But I just know that Jesus said, "I'm the way, the truth, and the light."
Make fun of anybody.
I don't make fun of it, but I will tell them the truth about the gospel because I want them to go to the Lord. I want them to find.
I need a TT break. I'll be right back.
Okay, well, you know what? I'm fixing to get off anyway because I got to go outside with my husband. I got to. We got to go finish the pool. He's finished putting the pool up.
Well, you just stay on with me just a little bit more.
And my grandson's here. He's wanting to go.
Okay. Go where you got to go.
Do what you got to do.
Hey, mamas and the papas.
I love the mamas and the papas.
I did too. Okay, go where you got to go and do what you got to do.
I love y'all. And I love you, Auntie Sherry. And I will talk later. And I love all of you that stayed with us and chatted with us. We enjoyed it so much.
And we don't tell lies. We tell our side of the truth.
That's right.
See it, and how God wants us to be. And that's all there is to it.
That's all there is to it. That's right.
If you want to fight, if you want to hear some cursing and fighting and going on, go to somebody else's channel. It's not here.
It's not going to happen here. We're not going to do that. Now we'll do little cute things and we'll just laugh and stuff about things that are, people do because we try to make light of it because sometimes you have to laugh to keep from crying about things. And that's how it is.
Exactly right. Exactly right. Enjoy the little things, guys.
Right.
Enjoy
life because we never know what tomorrow holds, and that's the truth. We're not promised the next breath.
All right. We are not.
We love y'all, and have a great night, everybody. We love y'all.
I love you guys. I love you.
I love you, Althea.
I'll see you too.
I'll see you later. I'll talk to you later.
I'll see you later.
Later, alligator. Bye.
Alligator food.